I can feel the energy in this room, and it feels really good. So happy to have all of you here with us today. Again, if you could take your seats, we'll get started. It feels a little bit like Christmas in June with our red and green and white tablecloths in the back, but we were happy to have the extra seating available. Well, good morning. I'm Julie Eklund. I work in the Strategic Planning and Funding Division here at the Coordinating Board. I see many familiar faces. Thank you all so much for coming out to join us today, and welcome. This is, of course, very important work that you're all going to be doing, and it's very important work that you have been doing over the last 2 years related to the regional efforts. And we very much appreciate it, and we look forward to continuing our work with all of you. It's my pleasure this morning to introduce Dr. David Gardner, who's the Deputy Commissioner of the Coordinating Board. He's over the Academic Planning and Policy area, and he's going to make a few opening remarks and then turn it over to Dr. Jenna Cullinane-Heggie, who I think most of you know, who's going to be leading you through some of the logistics for today. So again, thank you all so very much for coming. We're really excited to have you here and really pleased about all of the wonderful work that's going on around the state of Texas. David?
You should know that Julie's trying to be optimistic when she says, I will make a few remarks. So I'm really excited to see you guys. I saw some of you yesterday, and I woke up at 3 o'clock in the morning thinking about you, all of you, and what you're doing and how important it is. And I think what we're about is part of the fabric of all of us. I know that none of you really are doing your work for the money, although many of you are doing much better than most people in the economy. I was just looking at who's really in the top 1% yesterday because of some of the discussions going on, and there are probably a fair number of people in this room in the top 10%. It's sort of scary when you think about that. And we look at the top 50%, how well off we all are. And we need to extend that opportunity to many, many more people around us. I'm glad to say that this legislative session has, for the first time in a number of years, provided some real resources to help both K-12 and higher education. I know we'd still like more. I know I would, especially for helping poor students go to college, but we did have increases there. We had some important legislation regarding transfer that we think is going to help so that students won't be taking hours they don't need going forward. Martha Ellis and I have been talking about this for, I won't say how long, Martha, but we think that's going to make a difference. We have seen some increases in performance funding for community colleges and Texas State Technical College. We're glad to see that going forward. But really what makes the difference is all of you. Part of what I woke up thinking about in the morning was back to closing the gaps. How many of you worked on closing the gaps? I suspect a fair number. You know, in those days, we talked a lot about a prosperous future. You know, we talked about that in that sense. We haven't used that word as much with 60x30TX, but it's really about the same thing. We're really talking about making Texas a place that people can thrive, where people can really take care of their families, where people can do better in the next generation, that they won't have to worry about whether they're going to be able to stay in their apartment. Years ago, when I was a graduate student at A&M, I worked on a desegregation study with Prairie View, TSU, and University of Houston. And we did a study in the Houston Independent School District, and we had a lot of student records, and I was stunned at the number of students that lived within the Houston Independent School District, at least 3 different apartments. Because that's what they had to do. They couldn't pay at one place and they moved in. That's still happening. We forget about the number of people that are poor. You know, we have as one of our targets that to hit our completion target, the need to graduate more economically disadvantaged students. Unfortunately, we have wave after wave of poor students, and we need to help empower them going forward and their children going forward, and for them to help family members and other people. Despite that, if you looked at numbers Jenna produced last year for our universities, 54% of our graduates last year at universities were economically disadvantaged. But we're still behind. That tells you how important your work is. We really need to make a difference in all those lives. You know, we're data-driven. We need to measure where we're going. We need to be able to examine whether we're making progress or not. We need to be able to drill down and see, are there areas that we wouldn't have thought of before that need help? You guys are helping with that. From the beginning of our planning efforts with closing the gaps, we know that regions are not all the same. We respect the creativity in your regions. We know that there are differences, and we need to really take advantage of your creativity and your understanding of your regions to make a real difference there. You know, our high school to college rates are down. They are all over the country, but unfortunately the rest of the country is far ahead of us in college, high school to college rates. One part of drilling down, Jen had mentioned to me that we've got some rural areas where the rate is going down, but unlike other parts of the state, the numbers aren't going up at the same time. The numbers are going down and the rate is going down both. So we need to be able to address that. But I think at the same time, it's important to realize that we're making progress still. If you look at our completion target, our goal, we increased last year by 2.2% in terms of completions. We needed to move forward on average 3.9% a year. So we didn't have as many graduates as we needed, we'd like to have. But let's have a little perspective here. Over the last 3 years, we had 997,000 completions in Texas. 997,000 associate certificates, bachelor's, or master's. You go back 20 years, we would have been ecstatic. We would have been jumping through the ceiling with joy at that. That's how much progress we've made. But we have to be relentless, and I know this group is relentless. I know you have to move forward. And you know what's going to happen is by 2030, we're going to have more than 6 million completions in total between now and then because of your efforts, because you're going to figure out what people need and how to move forward. And one thing I've wondered, going back to closing the gaps, you really remember closing the gaps, we let a lot of people know how they could pay for college. We haven't been doing that with this campaign. I don't know what we need to do. You know, the media is different. We used to have a lot of PSAs, but I'm wondering if that's part of our issue. And because there's a lot of media nationally that says college is too expensive. There's no return on the investment. People don't understand. They don't understand if they might get a certificate at Houston Community College and earn potentially twice as much as a baccalaureate graduate in psychology at a university, or biology for that matter. Biology graduates don't get that much. But the reality is every one of you has already made a difference in many people's lives. I want you to think about that going forward, to remember that there are people that you don't know you've helped. And everything you do is going to help individuals. I go to fast food restaurants too often. Some of you have heard me say this, and I always talk to them about whether they're in college or not, and have they had somebody who's really helped them, a great teacher, instructor, and they said, yeah. I said, have you told them? No. So I'm here to tell you that there are people that you're helping that you don't know. I know when I was a faculty member, I was fortunate. Every time I was feeling down, I thought it was sort of hopeless, somebody would come along and tell me something. I was really fortunate in that regard. And I know that doesn't help you as often as it should, that enough people aren't telling you, but I'm telling you right now, I don't know most of you, but I'm telling you that every one of you is making a difference that you don't know about. And don't stop. It makes a difference. This is about the future of Texas. It's about everyone being able to help other folks And people used to talk about paying it forward. You're all paying it forward, and you have students that are paying it forward. So thank you. Be persistent. Don't stop. And if you think we're doing something stupid on our end, call me. Don't tell them my phone number. Thank you so much.
Oh, good morning. Good morning. Thank you, everyone, for being here. When we had this nugget of an idea to bring the advisory groups together several months ago, we thought, oh, maybe kind of 3 people per region. We'll have a nice, intimate 50-person affair. And here you all are, almost 100 people. And we're thrilled that you're here. And we're thrilled that there is ongoing interest in this regional work. And what I hear again and again is, this is the work I need to be doing anyway. And this gives me more momentum, more kind of oomph behind what we're trying to do. And I'm really interested and eager to learn from what other regions are doing. So I think those are some of the reasons that you find yourselves in the room. As well as, of course, your sort of relentless commitment to students and student success. So welcome, and thank you for spending the day with us. By way of introductions, I wish everyone could know everyone in the room, and maybe you'll have time to chat with folks, and we hope you'll have time not only with your region, but with others from other regions today. But I do just want folks to indulge me. I want teams to stand, and I'm just going to go through kind of who's in the room. We have great representation from all 10 of our regions today. And so I'm going to start with Northwest. If you are from the Northwest region, if you would stand. I know we have a couple of folks. We've got 3 folks from the Northwest region. Welcome. Next up, we have Upper East. If you're from Upper East, we have about 6 folks from the Upper East. Welcome. From the Gulf Coast, another 6 folks or so from the Gulf Coast. Welcome. From the Metroplex. Stand up if you're from the Metroplex. 7 folks strong. There you are. From Upper Rio Grande, another 7. All right, they made all their friends together. That's good. All right, from Southeast, about 8 folks from the Southeast. Thank you for joining us. All right, from High Plains, about 9 folks from this area. Good morning, welcome. From Central Texas, they have home turf advantage, but 11 from Central Texas. Welcome. From West Texas, punching above their weight with 13 folks. Very good. And last but not least, South Texas with about 16 folks. So, well, thank you, everyone. This group, or this event, was designed to bring together folks who are serving on the regional advisory groups. And so there are folks in the room who have been at every single one of the events related to advisory groups in your region. And then there are folks who maybe this is your first opportunity. So maybe you've been hearing about it and you think, my institution needs to be involved, or my education service center needs to understand what's happening. My workforce development board wants to plug in, or we have new opportunities that we want to share and connect with this group. So you'll hear from folks from all different sectors today: higher ed, K-12, and workforce. This is work we've been working with the Tri-Agency Initiative to make sure that we do have K-12 and workforce also represented in these discussions. So when you leave today, these are the 2 things that I hope you leave with. We will have done a good job, I think, if you all leave sort of knowledgeable about the resources that we have available to help support your regional strategies. So almost everyone in the room knows you gave us your strategies last August. And what we ultimately saw were a lot of themes that were kind of similar across regions. And we thought there are a fair number of resources, data, programs that happen at the coordinating board, but also that are alive and well, other initiatives that are going on in the state. And so what we thought is, let's sit down and walk through kind of the most common strategies and think about how do we bring to bear the resources and knowledge that can help promote and advance your work. So that's what we'll be focusing on a lot today. And then we also want kind of the second half of the day is really focused on you guys having time in your regional groups to work on your action plan. We are asking for an action plan by the end of August to identify a couple of things that you think are reasonable, but a stretch maybe for you to get done in the next year. And we know that it's really invaluable to have time with all of you looking at each other in the face around a table and thinking about what are the things we can commit to. So we want you to leave here with time to actually start drafting your plan so that you can leave and have maybe some things you just need to finalize, some next steps. So we want to make sure you have a good jump on that while you're here today. So digging into the agenda a bit more, after this kind of introductory section, we're going to have 2 rounds of breakout sessions. So the first round of breakout sessions will be around the 60 by 30 goal strategies. We've got breakouts for folks who are thinking about supports for students who have stopped out. There's going to be another breakout session related to connections, deepening connections between business and higher education. And then there's also going to be one on marketing and dissemination communication strategies. Those are kind of the 3 biggies that regions identified in their 60 by 30 strategies. Then we'll have time for completion goal strategies. So there'll be a session on transfer. There'll be a session on auto completion and reverse transfer. And also implementing guided pathways regionally. Those were kind of the 3 biggies for under the completion goal that folks were interested in. At lunch, we're going to do a working lunch. So what we're going to have you do is head out to the hallway, come back through the way you came in when you initially picked up your registration packets. There'll be box lunches. So just grab your lunch when you come back from the breakout sessions, grab a spot, and we're going to have a panel a few minutes into lunch to talk about some of the high school to higher ed strategies that came forward in your submitted strategies. And then in the afternoon, after lunch, we'll focus on the team time. So you'll have an hour of team time to start working on the action plan, another half hour to focus specifically on some of the communication aspects of the plan. And then we'll do some report outs at the end of the day. And the very last thing to make sure you hang out for that evaluation is we're going to talk about a couple of grant opportunities at the end of the day. So we've got a busy day, and I always make a packed agenda. So anyway, I hope everyone's ready. Just some other things that I wanted to mention about how this meeting is going to go is we really, like I said, want you to have dedicated time with your regional advisory group. But we also hope in the breakouts you'll have time to talk to other people from other regions and get ideas from them. So we really encourage you, if you have a team of multiple people, to send people to different breakouts. Even if you may be focused on transfer, you might want to check out the auto completion reverse transfer. You might want to check out the other ones that are going on around guided pathways, for example. So you'll have time to come back at the end. There are many of the sessions we're going to broadcast or record. Mostly that was because we've had a lot of requests, people who couldn't come or they weren't already on an advisory group and they were just interested, and again, sort of surprised how many people were kind of interested in this meeting. So the way we're trying to thread the needle on this is we want to make sure we record sort of the content presentations, but we're not going to record once we get into questions and Q&A. So we really want you to feel free and comfortable to ask questions and not to be concerned that you're going to be broadcast or televised. So we will just kind of focus on the presenter, capture that time so we can share it, but then we'll cut the recording after that. But wanted everyone in the room to be aware. Folder material. So everyone should have a folder. It should be customized to your region. Hopefully you've seen the agenda and the participant list so you can get in contact with folks that you meet here. On the left side, there are 3 pieces in various colors. I think the bright yellow is a notes page. We wanted that just as kind of a handy guide as you go through the breakout sessions. If an idea occurs to you, hey, that's kind of an interesting idea. Let's think about how that might adapt to our region. Just gives you a space to kind of jot down, here's an idea, how did someone make that happen, what was a particular action step, were there particular kinds of people that needed to be involved. So just take the opportunity, in each of the breakouts we'll save about 5 minutes at the end for you to kind of jot down things that you want to feed forward into your team time. There's also your action plan, that's the blue sheet. And what you'll see is that those are customized to your region. So for some of the questions, it's saying, here's your regional data, give us some insights on what you see happening. And some will say, here's your strategy that you submitted to us, what things do you think are next in terms of implementation? So you'll have time during the team time to dig into that. But just as a reference, your local data and your local regions are embedded in your blue sheet. And then the last piece in there is an updated data brief. This is just a quick snapshot of your 60 by 30 information, your completion information, and your high school to higher ed information. And these are all updated with the latest information. And I am thrilled to tell you that your full workbooks, this is so much work, and thank you to Luis and the whole team. We have the full regional workbooks. If you're accustomed to going on and you love those data Excel spreadsheets, those are all updated with the latest information too. So you can go to your starter kit and dig into that. that. And I see some smiles from my UTSA friends in the back who I know love that thing. Okay. All right, the last thing on logistics, actually two things. One is Wi-Fi. If you haven't found the Wi-Fi yet, it's under Education Go Get It, and it's open, so you don't need a password, so just look for Education Go Get It. And then meeting room locations. So again, when we thought this was going to be a small event, we decided to host it here, and we'll be in some different rooms throughout the building. So hopefully this will still work. We have some capacity constraints in one of the rooms, but this is the boardroom, obviously. We'll have a breakout here, each of the 2 breakout sessions, and the lunch will be in here. If you are in the Tejas room for, I think, stop outs and auto graduation are in that room, it's just right there through the doorway. The third space is called the Lone Star Room, and the Lone Star Room is directly above my head. So you just have to go up the stairs, and it's directly above. So we'll have people showing you where to go, but just so you know, those are kind of the 3 spaces you'll be in for the breakouts, and then in the afternoon, each region will have a room to go to do your action planning, and each of your regional POCs will guide you to where those are. All right, so I already mentioned the new data is available, so go check out the resources in the starter kit. And then kind of the last thing I want to mention is I know regions are in really different places. I mean, this is kind of the theme of all of this work. Regions are starting in different places. Regions are moving kind of with different tactics and employing different kinds of strategies. And just as I've been watching the regions over the last year, there are just some observations that I've had. So some regions are moving forward with kind of a more formal structure. And so those might be regions where there's already the El Paso Collaborative, for example, or collective impact work, RGV focus work in the lower Rio Grande Valley. And what people have done is they've kind of moved their regional 60x30 work into some of these established vehicles. Now, not every region has that infrastructure, and so there have been kind of a variety of ways, more or less formal, how people have built this. And so in some cases, folks have created a structure for themselves, like we meet quarterly, and this is the established group, and these are the expectations for the group. Maybe some folks have connected to a P20 or P16 council in some ways to kind of keep the momentum going. And in other places, it's very disparate in terms of here are a couple of volunteers who are kind of nudging it along, right? We also see the degree of connection with K-12 and workforce seems to vary. Almost every region has at least one good tie, either K-12 or workforce. A few have both. This is something we kind of continue to strive for, but that's, I think, where we are is in a good place in terms of at least connecting somewhat cross-sector, but wanting to do a bit more. This kind of centralized, decentralized action is another place. When I think about the work that people want to get done, some regions are focused on, here's a centralized activity that we're all going to do together under the auspices of this regional work. In other cases, regions are taking on, let's say we all want to focus on FAFSA completion. We're not going to be specific about how everyone's going to do that. Every institution or district is going to do that somewhat independently, but we're all going to come back and talk about it in a year, for example. So there's this kind of spectrum of how much in concert this work is happening. And I think some of this is going to be, where are you starting from? Do you have an infrastructure? What kinds of activities are already underway? Can you hop onto them? And some regions are starting at a place where we work really independently. We don't have a lot of regional synergy. So taking a first step is better than taking no steps. So wherever you are, I want you to think about, by the end of the day, sort of a few practical steps that are appropriate for your region and where you are now to move this collaboration forward. So the bottom line here is kind of this blue highlight at the bottom. When I think about what is this work really about, are we making progress? Is the juice worth the squeeze here? And this is what I think we're trying to get at is we really want to support the achievement of 60x30TX with some regional mobilization, cross-sector collaboration. We want to find ways to increase the scale of what we're doing. We want to find ways to increase the shared ownership for this work and to just continue that top focus on educational attainment. So if we're doing those kinds of things, that's exactly kind of the goals and purposes of this regional work. A few highlights from the year. I would say that I have noticed a strong increase in awareness. I think what this work has done is really pushed 60x30TX kind of down to new levels. Different folks are engaged at institutions, and different kinds of players are in the room. So more K-12 folks, more workforce folks talking about similar issues, thinking about, oh, I've got this new career specialist thing. I'm a workforce development board. I've got this new career specialist activity, grant funding, and I'm working in the high schools. How does that connect? So people are finding kind of some of these overlapping areas of interest, and I think that's great. I know that some regions have already started using their dissemination money to develop videos, to develop websites, to develop flyers, different kinds of things, and you'll hear some about that in the dissemination and marketing breakout. I've heard that it's helpful for the coordinating board to continue to call people together, things like the accountability meetings, things like this meeting, continuing to kind of put this front and center and put a call out there that it's important to do, and kind of help sustain or help nurture the infrastructure on a regional basis is really important. This isn't going to happen if we take a step back, essentially. We've also tried to create regular opportunities to confront regional data. I think people know about their institutional completion targets, and people are starting to know more and more about regional numbers. And what gets me excited is the idea of some of the breakouts yesterday, if you were at the P16 meeting, the difference of 200 students, 500 students. This is a really manageable number when you think about, for instance, that high school to higher ed transition. Could we find 200 more students in West Texas? That would make a significant difference in their rate. So obviously it's going to be really different in some of the big regions, but when you're thinking, okay, that's 4,000 students. Could we find 4,000 students in the Metroplex? Yeah, we probably could. So you can make these tangible plans when you know what the lift really is. A few other things just about the data. For folks who haven't heard this, the regional target work and the regional starter kit actually got called out in a national report from the Education Trust. There are 43 states with higher ed attainment goals just like ours, either 55 or 60 typically. So we're not unique in that we have this big goal, but we are unique in kind of this breaking it down on a regional basis and trying to equip people with data to help inform their decisions. And the other thing we got a big A+ on was a commitment to equity. So we're doing a good job of calling attention to, we want to serve all of the students in the state. We want to serve our low-income students. We want to serve our underrepresented minority populations and other students. So that's kind of a boon or a gold star on this work. And finally, the other thing I've started to hear is that institutions are talking about the alignment of their own strategic plans to their regional work. That's a very positive sign. I'm delighted to hear that. And also, the new president of UTSA came and gave a presentation to the board, and he said, and I'm delighted to unveil my even higher institutional completion target, and was talking about the regional work. So this lets me know that we're starting to move, and that this work is starting to be embedded in kind of the day-to-day work. So anyway, I thought that was a great example from just, I think, last quarter board meeting. So I will stop talking here and send you off to the breakouts. And it is exactly 9:30. This is great. All right, it's going to be a great day, guys. It's going to be great. So if you are, like I said, we want to break up. So we've got the marketing and dissemination strategies group. That's going to be upstairs in Lone Star. So you're going to go up the stairs, over out this way. If you are focused on students who are supporting students who have stopped out, you're going to be over here in Tejas. Josie is right here with her hand up. And then if you're going to be focusing on deepening business and higher education collaborations, you're going to be here. So thank you, and go forth.
Educated Population Partners session, deepening business and higher education collaborations. And this morning we have a trio of presenters. So I just want to give you a couple of remarks before they get started. So it's going to be, the remarks are going to be like me, short and sweet. And here we go. So why are we having this session? One of the most popular themes that came out in the submissions last year was what you see on the screen here. It was about deepening business and industry partnerships and identifying marketable skills to improve alignment between programs and student experiences. And about half of the region submitted this strategy. So it was nice to see that you were working independently, but this was one of the most popular themes that you all brought together, almost half of you, okay? And to put a little bit more context as to why this session is happening is a couple of things. In Texas, we're fortunate that we're at full employment. But with that fortunate state also comes some unexpected consequences. One of them is that there are not enough skilled workers in the state. So it's a hard time for corporations and businesses to try and keep up with labor market demands. And so they're turning to higher education institutions to help them meet that demand. And so they're being asked to do that because Texas is hot. The reason we're hot is because we're having a lot of imports, not only from across the country, from across the world. And another unexpected consequence is that we're missing an opportunity to have homegrown talent be born here and flourish here. So that's part of the session. And so what you're going to hear this morning include how can higher education and business partner more? How can we make these partnerships happen? So this is going to be a how-to session, okay? And how to match workforce needs with business partners and what roles businesses and other workforce-related intermediaries can play. So it's going to be a lot of collaboration that you're going to hear, and we hope that you walk away with some concrete, tangible ideas to take back to your regions. So here are the speakers, okay? Because it's baseball season, I'm going to use this analogy. Our leadoff is going to be Diana Llamas. She's a program manager at Workforce Solutions Lower Rio Grande Valley, and she's going to talk about an exciting program that they have with two higher education partners down in South Texas. Then we have from our very own coordinating board, the Ginger Gossman. She is the Senior Director for Innovation and Policy Development. She's going to talk about two tools that you can have at your disposal, which include the Internship Toolkit and also the Career Readiness Handbook, okay? And our cleanup hitter is Mr. Aaron Cox. He's the SVP of Member Development. He's from the Texas Association of Business. So you'll be hearing from all of them. And just to reiterate, my final point is that this session is being recorded. So if you have a burning question, we'll be happy to take it, but we'd really like for you to feel as free as possible asking questions, so we would like to hold all Q&A at the end. But again, if there's a burning question, you're free to ask it, okay? So with that being said, I'm gonna turn it over to the trio and start with Diana in just 1 second while I get her notes up, okay?
Good morning. My name is Diana Llamas. I'm a program manager at Lower Rio Grande Workforce Development Board. It's also known as Workforce Solutions. Last year, I attended the 60x30TX Data Fellows training and learned that the coordinating board has strategies in place for different regions. I also realized that the coordinating board has sectioned off the state of Texas into 10 higher education regions. If you notice, the Texas Workforce Commission, we have 28 workforce boards. We also sectioned off the state of Texas as well. What I found interesting is that the 10 higher education regions, they differ by population, demographics, and labor market. Well, workforce boards also, we differ. Every workforce board has a different mission, has different populations that we serve, and different employers as well. So workforce boards were responsible for developing local plans for the use of Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act funds. We also provide oversight of local delivery service system and we coordinate activities with employers and economic development entities. What all this means basically is that we provide services to job seekers and employers. Workforce boards provides financial assistance for education and training programs such as associate's degrees, level 1 certificates, level 2 certificates as well. And it's up to the board if they want to pay up to the last 2 years of a bachelor's degree. We also provide industry credentials. We provide financial assistance, on-the-job training, work experience, internships. We provide childcare for people that are attending school or work. After I attended the 60x30 Texas Data Fellows Training, I met with our CEO, Francisco Almaraz, which his picture's right there, and reviewed the 60x30 strategies for our region. The CEO made a decision that Workforce Solutions would financially support the educated population goal by focusing on reconnecting stop-outs in our region. Francisco Almaraz met with Dr. Shirley Reed, president from South Texas College, which he's also pictured there as well. And we also met with Lucelma Canales, associate vice president from UTRGV, to get their support in reconnecting stop-outs. The conversation continued between me and my CEO, and part of the meeting with the CEO was to review the Workforce Solutions target list and analyze the following. Which occupations has the highest job openings and high wages? Based on the data for our region, I recommended to the CEO that we begin to close the gap for the registered nurses and teachers. So then the work began after that. He connected again with Dr. Reed, scheduled the meetings. So the CEO, we met with STC leadership team, because it's very important when we're having these meetings that you're meeting with the CEO and the STC leadership team. We met with VP Matt Heppard, VP Dr. Plummer, the Dean of Nursing, Jason Valerio, and Dean of Technical Programs, Mario Reina, and the program chairs. During the meeting, we reviewed the ETPS system, which is what I'm showing you there on the screen, so they can see which programs are approved by Workforce Solutions to provide financial assistance for their level 1 certificates and level 2 certificates and associates. Our local board provides financial assistance for the registered nurse and LVN program up to $18,000. Again, that is up to our local board how much we're gonna pay, and the board approved $18,000 because we also looked into the debt for our region, and we also wanted to close the gap for the RNs, so we had $18,000. Our partner, Cameron Workforce Solutions, they pay a lot less, and some of the students that were going to Texas Alamos College, they heard that Lower Rio was paying $18,000, and they started coming to our location, but we informed them that it's up to their board in their region to increase that amount. So that's something to consider as you're working with the Workforce Solutions CEO. All other programs are at $9,000 for the level 1 and level 2 certificates. We focused on working with program chairs to identify students that had 10 hours to graduate and stop coming to college, and for them to refer them to Workforce Solutions for financial assistance. Dr. Reed supported the initiative by having Workforce Solutions present to their students at all the STC locations. Then we met with UTRGV Lucelma Canales, Associate Vice President. She brought her deans together and their program chairs. We discussed and planned how they could upload their programs in our ETPS system. We worked with Jay Cherie Bott, Director of Continuing Education from UTRGV, to upload their alternative teacher certification program, which we're paying up to $4,500 for that program, and other medical programs. At this time, we're still working with UTRGV to upload their bachelor's program so we can pay for the last 2 years of the registered nurse and their education program as well. Workforce Solutions can provide financial assistance also to felons, because I know there's financial aid. They don't provide financial assistance to felons. Well, we do. The other thing is we provide financial assistance regardless if the students have exceeded their hours or if they have low GPA. I highly encourage to meet with your local workforce board CEO and begin the discussions. Review the 60 by 30 strategies. That's how we started. As simple as just showing them the paperwork and beginning the discussion. Review the target list with the CEO, the ETPS list. Are your programs approved through the level 1 and level 2 certificates, associates? We can also approve your continuing education programs if they align to our target list. Partner with Workforce Solutions so we can offer your students opportunity and work experience, on-the-job training, internships. We also pay for industry credentials. Identify students that stopped out and have 10 hours to graduate, refer to Workforce Solutions. Or even if they're beginning their level 1 certificate or associates, you can also refer them to Workforce. Plan Workforce Solutions orientations at your campus. So we're very excited when the colleges come to our office and they want to work and collaborate. Thank you very much for your time.
Well, that was really interesting. Thank you. I don't think I'd really put the two together, that local workforce boards could support financially students. And that goes back to Dr. Gardner's talk this morning about connecting students with how to pay for higher ed. He's right. We haven't talked about that as much with 60 by 30 TX as we did with closing the gaps. So what I am going to share with you are some products, PDFs, that the coordinating board has been putting together over the last few years for a variety of audiences. But both of these products, or PDFs, tools, I'll say, are related to the marketable skills goal. But they're created for different audiences. So I'll start with the Career Readiness Handbook. This is designed to be sort of the third in a series. We worked with this in collaboration with the Texas Workforce Commission. In fact, they provided us with a grant, and one of the deliverables was to create a career readiness handbook, and this is for students. That's who the intended audience is for. And so TWC has a career exploration handbook for middle school students. They have a career readiness handbook for high school students, and they asked us to build one out for college students. And so the design is for really any college student, meaning of any age. It's not really just intended for students coming in as freshmen, traditional age students. It is available online if you go to 60by30tex.com. It's under the resource page, which is the same page that has the data toolkits or the starter toolkits for the regional initiative. So in the handbook, what we really try to provide different places for students to understand how they can market themselves for the best possible job to get that best possible job, best possible pay by the time they finish their credential. So it is also very much focused on completion as it is focused on marketable skills. But we want them to understand that as they're going through their programs, they are not just working towards a degree, they are garnering or improving different kinds of skills along the way, like hard and soft skills, and we try to help them understand what those mean. We give them some tips on how they can further develop those skills, because it's not just the curricular experience, it's also the co-curricular and extracurricular activities that they're engaged in that are going to help them build out their skills. We try to get them to think about what career options might be aligned with the different skills that they're exposed to during their academic career. And we really try to get them to think about what they can do the day they step onto campus to start thinking about getting that job later. And we know this is a challenge. We know that you're providing your students with a lot of information, and really when you're a freshman, you're getting a lot of information tossed at you at one time. And so the handbook is designed to be a place where the student can put it down, go do whatever they need to do, and then come back to it. You know, it's something they can start working on, put it in a drawer, and come back 3 months later. But it's just a way to start to get them to think about that internship from the day you step onto campus. You don't have to do anything about it yet, but start thinking about it. Because the longer you wait, the less your chances are of getting one, or getting the one that you want. So start early, and be a part of the handbook is talking about self-advocacy. The students really need to find their own voice and pursue what they want, and be ambitious about how they want to market themselves at the end of their degree program. So one of the things, exercises, so as we borrowed from the TWC tools, one of the things we did was borrow some of the exercises they have in their handbooks. We try to get students to think creatively about what kinds of hard skills are needed in each kind of job and what kind of soft skills are needed in each kind of job. And how can you talk about those things when you're talking to a potential employer? So in the handbook, we give an example of a chef, a teacher, and a pipe fitter. These are the hard skills, these are the soft skills. So certainly as a chef, you need to know how to use a knife. Well, it seems like a simple kind of skill that you might need, but if you're going to be a professional chef, you have to be really good with a knife, not just precise, but safe. But then also the soft skills. You need to be able to run a kitchen. You need to have really excellent time management skills, or you're going to burn everything. If you've ever gone to a restaurant and had a bad experience with a meal, you know that the chef has a lot to do with that. So just a way to try to get the student to think creatively about what kinds of skills are needed in each kind of job. And then after this, there's an exercise, what is your ideal job? What are the hard skills needed for that job? What are the soft skills needed for that job? And part of this is to help the student think about the skills they're improving or gaining throughout their career, and then or throughout their academic exposure, how to talk to an employer about that. Because a lot of the words that we use in our academic world, the way we speak to each other in terms of academic accomplishments for students, we talk about student learning outcomes. Those are using words where we talk to other educators. We need to give students the tools to talk to employers. And that's what the marketable skills goal is really about. Providing students with resume-ready skills so they can market themselves. So the other piece that we've been working on is the internship toolkit. This has a different audience. The audience here is employers. So we are partnering with the United States Hispanic Chamber of Commerce Foundation to help their internship program, to support their internship program. And what the toolkit provides is two perspectives for employers. If you already have an internship program, here's how you might need to tweak it a little bit to make sure it aligns with 60x30TX and will move the state towards meeting those goals. And if you don't have an internship, here's how to start from the ground to build out one that is already aligned with the strategic plan. This one is not quite available yet. I'm really hopeful it'll be done in the next week. Right now, we're in the process of making it ADA compliant, and then we'll be able to post it online. And it will be in the same place where the handbook is posted on the 60x30tex.com site. So here we really talk about making sure that as an employer, you are talking to the career services professionals on your campus that work with your campus partners. So how many of you, show of hands, have ever spoken to your career service professionals on your campus, your colleagues? Okay, so maybe about half. I highly encourage you to start building out those relationships as you work on your regional initiatives. Those folks, your colleagues, already have relationships with employers. They've already developed those over time, and so if you are thinking that as part of your regional initiative you need to build that out more, start with them. They could be a great partner for you in this work. I just went to the National Conference for Career Services Professionals a few weeks ago, and I can tell you they are eager to work with other parts of their campus. So far, as we've been engaging with career services folks, I've noticed they're not getting the attention on campus I think they deserve in terms of placing students in workforce and also helping students understand their marketable skills. So as in the toolkit, we really talk about, or we really stress, the importance of providing paid internship opportunities. So Commissioner Paredes often talks about how it's not enough to provide a student with an internship. If it's going to be an equitable program, it needs to be paid. And what we mean by that is as we know, most of our K-12 graduates are economically disadvantaged. So those students can't necessarily leave home for 3 months and take an internship that's not paid. I couldn't have done that. So really, it's not fair to the state as a whole to provide internships that aren't paid. That's one way to think of it. It's a great opportunity for those students who can manage it, whose families can support them in that effort, but it's not equitable. And in the handbook, we provide some information we found on the cost of an internship. So this is for a typical summer internship. It could cost a student over $6,000. And if that's not a paid internship, that's a really, really hefty financial burden. So we talk about how to build out, like I said, build out that internship program. We have a checklist to make it easy for folks in the HR departments for an employer to figure out how to have that internship program. And we also provide some examples on, here's what an ideal job posting for an internship program that's aligned with 60x30TX. Here's what that job posting might look like. So some other data that we provide, this is from the National Association of Colleges and Employers, NACE. That's the national conference I attended a few weeks ago. So the gray line, those are the percentage of interns over time that were offered a permanent placement after they served as an intern. So internships are a great way for students to get a little bit ahead of the curve in terms of getting a full-time job after they graduate, because a lot of employers use their internships as long-term interviews to find out if the student is a good fit. And so over 50% for the last 15 years of interns have been offered a permanent placement, as they found in the NACE data. What's interesting is that the red line, those are of those who were offered full-time placement, that's the proportion who accepted. Very high proportion of your students are accepting internships. So again, it's a great pipeline mechanism. We highly encourage you to work with your employers to do that. And I'd like to draw your attention, I don't want to step away. Look at but I am going to step away. This is national data. That represents the time frame around the recession. The gray line, the percentage of interns that were offered a position went down because opportunities were drying up a bit. The red line did not. So again, internships are a great pipeline opportunity for your students, and in fact, it may protect them against recession, against economic downturns. So please don't underestimate the power of building out these relationships. It's well worth your time and your effort. So more marketable skills efforts coming soon. We are working on providing, we already have in place a guidelines of how you can implement marketable skills on your campuses. We're also working on, it. It's on the to-do list. We haven't started it, actually. We're going to build out some best practices that we're learning from campuses, or from you, actually. The leadership conference is this fall. It is right before Thanksgiving or right after, Mary? Right before Thanksgiving this year. And this is the training for your new boards of regents, but a lot of your leadership attends this conference too. The second day is a thematic, and that marketable skills will be the theme this year. And we are in the early stages of crafting our marketable skills conference for 2020. We're trying to have a conference every other year to continue to provide assistance for campuses to implement the marketable skills goal. So those are the tools that the coordinating board is working on, and I hope you find them useful.
Good morning, everyone. Well, I think there was a lot of anticipation and expectation set by being called the cleanup hitter, because it's usually a guy who has a lot of power and is able to kind of knock it out of the park. So maybe I'll be number 7 guy, because there's not going to be a ton as I look over this group. Not a ton of revelation. I think you guys are doing a ton of great work and understand partnerships and collaborations, and I hope to just help us think a little bit differently about how we approach it, where we approach it, and then share a few examples from some places here in our state, because we do a lot of good things across the state, but then spark some ideas with some things from around the country that some other folks have done. As I begin, I'm kind of reminded of a gentleman, since I'm around a lot of folks who deal in careers, who went to speak to a third grade class on a career day. And he walked into the room, and he was a former student, and this happened to be his teacher. He's a younger man, and he was going on. He'd had a great career. He's a professional athlete. He was a business owner, and he had done all these wonderful things. And so his teacher introduces him to this group of young minds. And as she begins, she looks out at him, and she introduces him to the class, and he stands up, and, you know, these kids are just, wow. And so he starts looking around the room, and he looks out, and he looks at one young man. He says, son, what would you like to learn today? And he said, well, I want to hear about all of your great accomplishments in business. You know, nobody really knows how much you've done in starting these businesses and doing these things. And he said, well, we can talk about that. And so he looks around the other side, and he sees a young lady sitting there, and he says, well, what would you like to hear about? And she says, well, I want to know what it's like to be a professional athlete, how it is to play in those big stadiums in front of all those people and do these amazing things. And he said, well, you know, I can share a little bit about that as well. And so as he looked around the room, way in the back, there was a little boy who was just kind of sitting there, and he's sort of looking out the window, and it seemed to not be paying a whole lot of attention. He said, son, you there in the back, what would you like to talk, what would you like for me to talk about today? And the little boy turned around, and he said, I'd like for you to talk about 5 minutes and then shut up. And so in the spirit of that little boy, I stand here before you today, and I will not talk long, but hopefully provide you with some things of value. As we begin talking about deepening business relationships, business and education partnerships, I think that there are a lot of things being done. I think one of the things, though, that we have to begin to do, and you guys have done it well, particularly some of the practitioners here in Texas, but we have to start changing the paradigm that we operate from. I think increasingly we've shifted away from just looking at the core, the core focus in terms of completions and completion rates and graduation rates and some of those traditional measures. But I think the more that we can shift what it is that we are doing is being the true pipeline to career for all children, we can increase our effectiveness. If we begin our journey at kindergarten through 12th grade and beyond as saying what we are doing are developing the next set of entrepreneurs, the next set of business leaders, the next set of whatever industry that you want to pick. If we keep that in mind, I think we can contextualize why we're teaching to read, why we're teaching math, and how we're doing those things to make us more effective. Those are long-term goals, I know, but there are those things that we can begin to do now so that we can create these employees of the future. I think we must adjust because in many ways, the actual mindset of those that we are training throughout school, the ones that we are educating in K-12 and then in higher education and beyond, are shifting. And it's a different world out there for you all as leaders in this, and we have to stand the cutting edge. The one thing that we have to know and that I hope resonates here, and that's why we're here talking about it, is partnerships are key. None of us can do it alone. We have to rely on those in our community and in our region to make sure that things are happening. But as we step into those partnerships, I think a few things matter. We have to have a good inventory of what's being done in our community, what businesses are offering, what education partners are offering, and then what the schools are offering throughout in community partnerships. And to do that, transparency is critical. You know, so often we call these big meetings, everybody walks in, we have one or two groups that stand at the front, and they tell us all the wonderful things that we're going to do and how we're going to do it, and you know, what can be accomplished and the great things that we will have, and everybody kind of sits there quietly, and then they go, that's wonderful, and we walk away. Or you have somebody sitting there going, well, that sounds great, how are we going to pay for that? You know, where's the money coming from? And so we have to ask the good questions of what's being offered. How flexible are the funds? And because there are a lot of businesses that are out there doing things. Then from there, of course, we want to be collaborative. And, you know, it's being willing to give up some of the credit for the common good, being willing to accomplish the big target, and give up notoriety in the interest of achieving the goal. Ensuring that we have a unified direction in where we're going and where we're heading. And then finally, I would say to each of us, and we have a challenge with this, and I think it's overwhelming when we get into some of those big community meetings and that kind of stuff, is that we can't eat the whole elephant at once. And I'll tell you, for as big of companies that we have in Texas, as we start talking about business education partnerships and bringing those folks into a room, often that's unfamiliar to them or believe it or not, sometimes intimidating, because you walk into a room and they're highly intelligent people, highly skilled people, and very, very accomplished. But when you walk into this room of PhDs and EDDs and these and those, and they start talking about charts like we just saw a second ago that that aren't talking about quarterly returns and stuff. They're like, what do I do? And then, you're like, these are the lives of children and hanging in the balance. It can be overwhelming. So let's make sure that we work to narrow our focus. A second ago, though, I said, we want to, in some degree, we have to change our paradigm. And Jim Clifton, who is the CEO of Gallup, wrote a book called The Coming Jobs War that I really like, as it talks about workforce. And it said humans used to desire love, money, food, shelter, safety, peace, and freedom more than anything else. The last 30 years have changed us. Now people want to have a good job. And they want their children to have a good job. This changes everything for world leaders. And I think that those world leaders include us in this room. We are living in a different world where very often the focus of individuals as they come through is the job. What awaits me at the end of the career? As you look at younger populations, we hired a young lady about 1.5 years ago that she showed up, she interviewed, she had all the skills, all of the knowledge. And in the interview, I looked at her because she was coming to us having graduated from the University of Sydney in Australia, or some school, and she had been all these places. And I said, so tell me, what is the biggest reason you'd like to be a part of our team? And she looked at me and she went, because Austin's pretty cool. I went, what? No, this is the part where you get all flowery and you go, because I want to make a difference. I'm going to change the world through my efforts here at my computer in my cubicle. No, she said, Austin's pretty cool. I said, that's interesting. Tell me a little bit more about that. She goes, well, I can work anywhere. There are jobs everywhere. But this is a pretty good job, and I really like Austin. I went, wow. We hired her. And by golly, she loved Austin. She enjoyed Austin. And then, you know what? Someplace else became more interesting, and now she's gone. And we had to fill it. But it's about the job. It's about the place. It's about, so not only is our challenge now to find these partnerships that are going to allow us to fill the positions that employers have, we have the larger responsibility of being a part of creating a place where people want to be. Creating good jobs, sustaining good jobs, and making places that people want to live. So we will try to do that. A few things that start, and we'll kind of hopefully run through the gamut. As we look at business and education partnerships, Lockheed Martin is a member of our association. I am with the Texas Association of Business, your state chamber of commerce, a membership organization as evidenced by my title. So if you all really, really want to get engaged in this, you should be a TAB member. No. But I'll look at a few of our members, and Lockheed Martin does a lot in the education space. One that jumped out to me, though, was their scholarship program, which focuses on underserved populations and underrepresented populations, all STEM-focused scholarships targeted at them, and looking to help build that pipeline of engineers and others that they need in the sciences. And then many of you are familiar with the IBM P-Tech programs. They are very, very prevalent in the Dallas region. I think as we look at those, how do we do those, around our state? How do we expand the utilization? How do we continue to do those? So those are a couple from our state that I thought folks might be familiar with, but I wanted to share a couple of others because one of the things that came out of many of the regional plans was public information campaigns. How do we get the information out to people? And I know that our coordinating board here is doing a great job with putting together resources, but some of that sometimes can be localized and can be made our own to help in the dissemination. So the Catawba County Made magazine was a collaboration of business and education partnerships where they actually created a magazine. And in this magazine, what they featured were all of the companies, all of the positions that were open, and what it takes to get there. Along with doing that, they interviewed HR professionals, CEOs, and talked about company culture, talked about what you need to be doing in school to prepare yourself, and sharing that in a very kind of hip and flashy way. I know that magazines are not always hip and flashy, as evidenced by my children who read everything on a phone, it seems like. But what they took this product, and as they created it, they disseminated it to all of the local high schools, all of the community colleges, all of the universities in the area. And they featured those trades in their area that have high demand and high wage positions. So the Hickory area of North Carolina is, they have a ton of skilled trades needs and others, and so they highlighted that in these. At the center of this was one of their partners, which was their Chamber of Commerce. And as I mentioned, I'm with the State Chamber, and so I encourage you guys, and I'm sure that many of you do, but to the extent that you can, the Chamber of Commerce is a repository of business people. I mean, that's where they gather very often. They are hanging out there, they are learning, they are connecting there. And so use that resource. The Catawba County Chamber was at the center of this. And so we asked the question, that's great, pretty magazine, lots of pages, printing, dissemination, all of that. How do we get it done? Who pays for it? Well, along with featuring all of these businesses, working through the chamber was also able to work with these businesses to advertise and to ultimately sponsor the magazine and continue its production. Degrees at Work is a St. Louis-based program, and again, working with the St. Louis Chamber of Commerce. And what Degrees at Work is, there we go. This thing is sensitive, guys. Degrees at Work was an employer toolkit that was published by the St. Louis Chamber. Along with those, they also distributed some to university folks. And what this was really a guide to allowing employees to go back to school, to continue their education, to grow your own. So, it's quite often in industries and in businesses, it's easier to fill an entry-level position than it is some of the senior positions. We have the challenge that we continue to have of succession within organizations. As I look at the industry that I am in, being chambers of commerce, I mean, we are facing a succession crisis. The average tenure of a chamber professional in the state of Texas is over 10 years, which is unheard of because so many people generally just come to that profession. So we have even had to take a step back and look at how are we training the next generation? How are we equipping those who start off as our bookkeeper or in this position or that, and we progress them into being CEOs and understanding how to run those organizations. But this is one that the St. Louis Chamber did. So they talked about how do you accommodate that? What are the requirements that you need to have for your employee to do it? What kinds of skills do they need? And they worked both with the industry partners and with the education folks to know the best options to do those and how to refine the curriculum. I mentioned, and I won't go there yet, I mentioned just a second ago that we are struggling with that as well. And I talked about, the paradigm. So how many of you all have a friend or relative when you were a kid or going through college or at any given time, and I want to see a show of hands on this. It's a critical, important question. How many of you guys had a friend, relative, or anybody going through all your years of school and all your career that came to you and said, I figured it out. I want to work at a Chamber of Commerce when I grow up? Nobody. Nobody. Before I started working in the chamber and working around chambers, and I reflect on this a lot, I knew one kid who, when I was growing up, I knew one person who worked for a chamber. And I don't know how, it was like lightning in a bottle. There was a kid I was a friend with up till 4th grade, and his dad was the CEO of the Buena Park Chamber. And so we have started partnering. We have partnered with Texas A&M, Public Partnerships and Outreach, to develop a curriculum to grow our own that we will disseminate online and achieving certificates and those kind of things. Ultimately, public school superintendents, university presidents need to think beyond core curricula, graduation rates, just like we just said. Students don't want to merely graduate. They want an education that results in a job. So looking at that, the Round Rock Chamber here, golly, has done some neat things in terms of working with Austin Community College. Accelerated programs in things like HVAC and plumbing, making sure that we identify the need, we move forward, and then we move on it. Another one of our members that we are very proud of the work that we've done, and they've partnered with business. How many of you all have heard of WGU Texas? Not to slight any other university in the room, but if we are to achieve our goal, it's guys like WGU who are going to help us. Industry-specific, industry-focused, focused on non-traditional students who have moved beyond the traditional years of college and are working and doing those things that will not allow them to attend a brick and mortar. I'll end with a story about McBEP. McBEP sounds like a weird name, but it stands for the Madison County Business and Education Partnership. Madison County is a small county in Kentucky, about 20 miles south of Fayette County, which is Lexington, to put you guys on a map. But innovative group of business leaders and education partners came together, and they did two really cool things that I know of. One was they created a teachers academy, which I think many have done in the state of Texas, and I think it was innovative because they worked not only with the business sector, but with the education sector. And they said the only time that our teachers have to really know how to understand what we do in industry is summer. So we're going to pony up the dollars, and we are going to pay for them to go through. If the school will allow them to work during the summer, we will pay the cost of what it takes. In the morning, they did classroom sessions on their key industries, which were mostly in the manufacturing area. Morning sessions on this is the math we need, this is the type of reading we need, all of those things. And then in the afternoons, they did field trips to local facilities and showed them in practice. Here's why we need to know physics. Here's why we need chemistry for a place like a Sherwin-Williams paint factory, which they have in their community. So I think that one was very cool. The other one that they did was they worked with their local workforce partner, and they did a program, an internship program for at-risk students. So they targeted those students within 2 major schools that were on the verge they were dropout ready. They were on the verge of dropouts, and they went to those kids and started doing some integrated learning with them, both to keep them in school and to move them forward. So So finally, how do we increase our business education partnerships? Identify our keys, our areas of need, look beyond the traditional measures, cut out the jargon and professional talk. When we sit down around the table, let's just be real with one another. Because if we start talking in professional jargon, neither of us understand who we're talking to. Engage business leaders on the front end. Where possible, involve your local chamber. And then, let them educate you on the positions and needs, the opportunities, and then work together on those solutions that fit your community. So thank you all for your time. I appreciate being here with you this morning and hope that this was of some value to you. Have a great day.
Okay, so I'm a partial umpire, but I think we got back-to-back-to-back home runs, all right, from this trio. So I want to thank them for that. At this moment, we're going to stop recording. I'll just wait a couple of minutes. And what we're going to do now is we're going to have a Q&A session. So I'm going to go into talk show mode. I'm going to go into the audience, and I'll have a mic. So if you could just raise your hand, and I'll come to you with the mic so everyone can hear your question, and then we'll have the panelists answered as they deem appropriate. Okay? All right. So I think we're probably done with recording, so we can go ahead. I can come to the first person who has a question. And just want to let you know that we are on break until 10:45. So the restrooms are to your immediate right over here if you walk out these doors. Just come back either to the boardroom. We'll have some more presentations here. We'll also have some other presentations in the Lone Star room as well as Tejas, and they're all in your agenda. So thank you very much for being here. You were a great audience.
session. So pop your drink, enjoy, yeah, sit back, enjoy. Okay. So what's going to happen is I'm going to share a little bit of data and background on transfer, and then I'm going to turn it over to our panelists who are doing different kinds of work, some already kind of regional in nature, because I want you to hear about either resources or activities that you may want to jump onto or leverage or replicate in some way, and also statewide efforts that, that may be kind of leverage points for you to advance work around transfer in your region. So why are we having this session? These are the top completion goal strategy themes. And you can see, if you look at the top box there, enhance transfer through regional collaboration. This was the #1 strategy under completion that people were interested in. And it's no surprise when we brought all these institutions together, they said, what could we do together that we don't do as well one by one? And transfer was at the top of the list. So you can see, you know, South Texas, all the various South Texas groups, Metroplex Northwest, Central Texas, High Plains, Gulf Coast. So lots of interest in transfer, and they take a couple of different flavors. So some folks specifically mentioned reverse transfer. There's another session focusing on that and kind of strategic data use. But some really focusing on field of study and others on sort of regional collaboration. So hopefully we'll hit those things through the panel that we've assembled here today. So just a little bit of background data, kind of the state of the state on transfer, and a lot of this information is coming from our almanac, either historically over time or from the most recent edition. So hopefully you've grabbed an almanac if you're interested and don't have one yet. But so what we know is that when we look at a cohort of incoming students and we at two-year institutions and we watch them for 6 years, kind of fewer than 1 in 4 are coming into or are transferring within that 6-year period. And for the last several years, I've been watching with some concern as this rate has gone down despite the attention and effort going into transfer from 25% to last year was down to just under 21%. This year was the first year up to 23% that we've seen kind of an uptick. And there are a couple of ideas we have about that, but a little concerning for folks who are focused on this issue and thinking about how best do we serve our students, especially economically disadvantaged students who are using the community college pathway to the bachelor's degree. And so there are two kind of theories about this. On the left-hand side, what you can see is total enrollment over time. And on the right-hand side, that's dual credit enrollment. So some of the hypotheses are, if you look at the blue, now we're on the left-hand side looking at total statewide enrollment. That blue line is 2-year institutional enrollment. And so over this same period of time, if you look at 2011 through 2017, you see this decline in overall enrollment. So maybe this transfer rate is a function of, we've kind of seen this trend, so maybe it's mirroring that same trend, and so it's more of an enrollment function than specifically a transfer issue. And in the most recent year, we've seen that uptick. So maybe there's some relationship there. The other is that if you look on the right-hand side, we've got dual credit enrollment, and you can see the really rapid increases we've seen in dual credit over time. So perhaps we have more students who are participating in dual credit, taking some community college hours, and then just starting first time in college at a university. So maybe they're sort of skipping some of the transfer opportunity that they would have had 10 years ago or would have been more likely to follow that pathway. So those are some of the things that we think are going on. But kind of despite that, we'd love to see the transfer rate improving. So here's what the regional differences look like in transfer. So on the far left side, you can see that dark blue. That's that 23% I said for this most recent year statewide. And then you can see the variation for each of the regions. When I first looked at this on a regional basis, kind of my big takeaway is that a lot of the regions are pretty close to the statewide average. Yes, we've got Central Texas up, we've got Southeast down. Some of these are going to be a function of the mix of kinds of institutions. In Southeast, you've got a lot of technical schools. You're not going to see as much transfer there. With Central Texas, you've got a lot of your flagship institutions, so you may kind of see higher rates of transfer among some of those institutions, have a strong draw. But really, when I look at this, no one's exceeding 30%. I really feel like, no one is really performing well on this measure, and that in every region it makes sense that this would be a focus. So we not only want people to transfer, we want people to transfer and keep their credits, right, and to be able to transfer efficiently. So what this pie graph is showing is kind of the level of credits that people have when they transfer. So when we look at all of that, again, that same 2012 cohort, and we look at them 6 years later, and those who transferred, how many hours did they have? And so I know this is a little bit small, but starting with kind of that bright red, that 8.9%, those are students who transferred with 12 or fewer hours. And then it goes up, 13 to 24 hours, 25 to 29 hours. And once you start getting to the light yellow, these are folks who transfer with more than 43 to kind of 60 semester credit hours, and then the green 60 to 89, and then 90 plus. So what you can see is, almost 2/3 of students are transferring kind of above that 43 semester credit hour mark, and these are 43 attempted, so some of those may or may not have been earned. But so that's part of the story too. Students are transferring with quite a few hours. And often, we hear from the university side, sometimes too many hours. And so it's, kind of both sides of what are the right courses to be taking on the front end, what are the right courses to be taking post-transfer. And the reason this is a concern is that we know that excess hours really vary dramatically by our transfer and our native population. So what you can see here is for students who we consider native, who started at a university and finished their bachelor's degree at a university, on average they have about 6 excess semester credit hours, pretty good. For our transfer students who started somewhere else but graduated from a university with a bachelor's degree, you can see their excess hours are 23. So would I say that all of that delta is exactly prescribed to transfer inefficiency? No, maybe not all of it, but a chunk of it is. So you see transfer students, maybe they're changing major, maybe they've had more failed courses. There are other kinds of things that might be associated. So we talk about that there absolutely is friction, there are inefficiencies, we see it in this data. It's not the only issue we need to address. So just a little bit of updated data on the field of study completions. This is something that in the last 2 years we've really been focused on as the agency. We really want folks to take advantage of this policy that is designed not only to help students transfer, but transfer with those courses that will apply to the major. That's really the critical point around the application of course credit. And you can see in the most recent year, we increased 72%, but for all you math whizzes, you know that that's a small number and a bump that kind of makes that high percentage. So this is something that we're gonna continue to keep an eye on. We will be focusing on it every year. So we're anticipating in the next year or two, we should start to see kind of the benefits of the fruits of the labor of all of the field of study work, which Alan is going to talk a little bit about coming forward. There's also new transfer legislation that aims to facilitate more efficient student transfer. So we're not going to talk a lot about SB 25, but it is certainly an important piece of the puzzle when we're thinking about transfer. So we haven't started taking started taking action under this legislation yet, but this is what's going to be coming. And so this is really designed to, like I said, focus on the applicability issues around transfer. So there are going to be new requirements for institutions, both universities and two-year colleges, to identify their courses that transferred but either didn't transfer or didn't apply to the major, and an explanation of why that's not happening. That's going to be a report to the coordinating board. The bill requires earlier filing of a degree plan, 15 hours for dual credit students, 30 hours for university and college students, be asking for recommended course sequences. So for those of you who are working on guided pathways work, hopefully this is something you will just easily take in stride, sort of these recommended default course sequences you'd like to see. It allows dual credit courses that are offered that are part of a field of study or a program study actually to be formula funded. Historically, that you've been allowed to offer them, but you haven't been eligible for funding for them. So this kind of cleans up that little bit of misalignment. And then it also charges, this is kind of the biggie, charges the coordinating board to convene an advisory group of 2- and 4-year institutions to look at the core curriculum and examine the feasibility of splitting the core curriculum into a general portion and more of a meta-major or discipline-specific portion. So there were a variety of proposals about where and how to split the core curriculum. Couldn't ultimately come to an agreement, and so decided to study it to have a recommendation for next time. And as someone, I got my PhD in public policy. I actually love it when we take a pause to study something before we make a guess about something we don't know that much about. So I think this is good. So I think we'll take the opportunity over the next 2 years to better understand this issue and make a thoughtful recommendation about whether this is a good idea and where we think kind of the best split will be. So with that kind of background in mind, I want to turn it over to our panelists. We're going to hear from Dr. Christine Hubbard. She's the president of the North Texas Community College Consortium, and she's going to talk about the regional work. She is not only Metroplex, she is like the greater North Texas area, and she'll tell you about some of the efforts going on there and opportunities to connect with her work. Then we're going to hear from Dr. Alan Mickey. He's a program director here at the coordinating board and leads our fields of study efforts. And we'll talk about that and a new implementation guide that's available. So trying to get, again, kind of practical next steps for you to consider and think about. And then Dr. Martha Ellis, she's the Director of Higher Education Strategy, Policy, and Services. I didn't finish that at the Charles A. Dana Center at UT Austin. And she has some regional work going on for the Texas Transfer Alliance, and she'll be sharing that information as well. So let me turn it over to Christine.
All right, thank you, Jenna. I'm glad to be here. So I'm going to talk to you a little bit about things that we've been doing in the North Texas region to build on strategic pathways to student success, respond to regional workforce needs, but also embrace collaboration opportunities. In order to get started on that, I want to explain a little bit about who we are. Our region, I think, has a head start to some extent with the work that we're doing because for the last 28 years, we've had the North Texas Community College Consortium. For those of you who may be unfamiliar with it, the consortium started 28 years ago at the University of North Texas in their higher ed program, and then 3 years later moved out to be supported by membership dues from 20 community colleges that span across North Texas. And our 20 community colleges are all of the colleges of the Dallas County Community College District, plus Cisco, Grayson, Hill, Navarro, North Central Texas College, Paris Junior College, Tarrant County College, Trinity Valley Community College, Tyler Junior College, Vernon College, Weatherford College, and then UNT has continued to participate as a senior affiliate institution. So that gives you a sense of the scope. Across our 20 institutions, we represent about a third of all of the enrollments in the state. If you look at this slide, you'll see that the mission of the consortium for the past 28 years has been to support those 20 member colleges by providing professional development opportunities. So each college doesn't have to come up with those individually. They can all come together across the region for those events. And then most related to the work we're going to talk about today, we provide leadership programs to equip all of our colleges to take on the challenges that their institutions face, things like the 60x30 Texas Initiative. And then primarily we promote communication, cooperation, and collaboration among our member institutions. And so we have a variety of initiatives. The first one is made up of annual conferences that we hold across our region. We have our leadership programs and our standing committees. But the things that I'm going to talk to you about today are 3 major initiatives that are related to this current work. And that's our Transfer Collaborative, the corporate training to higher education work that we've done, and our work with college preparatory courses. So the first thing I'd like to talk about is our Transfer Collaborative. It started 5 years ago, and it came from a need that had been identified among all of our member institutions and the universities that they work with. As you know, you have, I'm sure, transfer guides, guided pathways, articulation agreements, all of those things between your programs at community colleges and the programs at universities. But we know that historically that is a huge amount of work for the people at our colleges to do when they're working one-to-one. Or even if you're working one-to-many, right, from one community college to many universities, or from one university to many community colleges. Often that happens at the program level. And what it yields are agreements that are constantly in need of update, and a variety of documents. Those guides may all look different. They may use different terminology. They may be things that you have to navigate differently. And that can pose a problem for the student who's trying to look at multiple guides to multiple institutions, and also for the counselors and advisors who are trying to support them. So our group came together and said it would be really beneficial to all of us if we could come up with a common template that all of us could use to create these pathways. And if we could make our work more efficient and beneficial, by working many to many, where all of our community colleges would work together with all of our institutions to create these pathways. We also knew that we had a huge increase in the North Texas region in dual credit and early college high schools, and especially with the things that were happening in the Dallas County region, with an explosion of early college high schools that were in a PTEC model, that we were going to have a new population of students coming out with level 1 and level 2 certificates and with the AAS degree. We also had a number of other students who had technical degrees, and that had been in our region an underserved population. As you know, if a student has earned an AAS and then they want to move up and they come back for a baccalaureate, if they don't know to ask for a BAAS, they will be likely to lose almost all of their hours. All of those technical hours won't apply towards the degree. They would only have those 15 hours of coursework that might apply. And so we started with the AAS programs, and we invited all of the institutions in the state who had a BAAS program to meet with the colleges, and we created maps for all of the AAS programs to BAAS programs, because in fact, there are a number of baccalaureate degrees that students could earn without any loss of credits. In doing that, we had the groups bring all of the templates that they had in use, all of those kinds of transfer guides and articulation agreements, and we created a common template. We identified what needed to be in the template, what things we had that were nice for us, but that were noise, that would make it difficult for students, and we made some decisions. Although we know students might go part-time, we created it as a 4-year full-time schedule. And we put all of the courses in sequence so that a part-time student could use it as a checklist and just mark them off as they went. Because we created a common template, this now was easier for students, easier for institutions. We could create training materials around that, guides that could be used at student orientations about how to read and use the template. And it allowed for easier comparison across programs if you had a student who might be trying to determine what he or she wanted to do. One interesting thing about our guided pathways is that when you look at the difference between a guided pathway and, for example, the degree plans that you might see in a respective institution's catalog, where there are a number of options for a particular course, in our work, we actually had the institutions identify a recommended course. Now, it doesn't keep them from taking something else. There's an asterisk that lets you take another course, but we did create a default sequence for students. It also allowed for stackability. We know lots of students would go out into the workforce, stop out, and come back, and so this would give them a place where they could pause, but when they came back, they knew exactly what the next piece was that they needed to take. And probably the best thing that it did is that it brought our institutions together regularly, where now, rather than doing these one-to-one kind of vertical discussions, we were able to have broad horizontal discussions across all of our community colleges. The universities had the opportunity to talk to each other, and we were able to get everybody in the room. So let me show you what the portal looks like. This one is housed on our website, which is ntxccc.org. From the main page, you can click on transfer and get to the pathways, or you can go directly to it. The Transfer Collaborative group decided what elements needed to be included. Because we began this work before the meta majors and pathways work that's been going on now. We've set it up to be sortable by career cluster, because those 16 career clusters were already there nationally. And so a prospective student can sort by the career cluster. They can sort by the community college they're attending or will attend, by the university they're attending or will attend, catalog year, and degree path. And then it filters to those programs. And then every single one has an embedded pathway. They all look the same. What our institutions have done so that you don't have versioning issues is that they just sort and filter until they get to their programs, and then they embed that on their website. And so that allows everyone to stay in sync. And then we meet 3 times a year to identify for each other the new things that they see are coming through the C&I process. And then as the pathways come in each year, continually update it. Probably one of the best things that came out of it was we started with the AAS to BAAS. After the first year, people came back together and said, this is great, let's do it for everything. And so for the second year, we did the fields of study that had been established by the coordinating board at that time. So those were business, engineering, music, nursing, psych, and soc. And then last year, we brought data in about the most popular transfer majors, both at the community colleges and at the universities, and we added the rest of the fields of study that had been established, plus those degree programs that appeared on the high transfer list, and we now on the portal have the top 80% of all transfer degrees. What we want to mention today is that over time, through a process of growth, we now have many more institutions, both universities and community colleges, participating than in our region. So we took North Texas off of the Transfer Collaborative. You notice it's just called Transfer Collaborative, and any and all of you are welcome to join. So if you are currently participating in one-to-one agreements or one-to-many agreements, know that you can join this group. And I think it's something that you'll find mutually beneficial. So we wanted to take that opportunity to officially say, join us. But then we can also talk about some things that we're doing that are going to make it even better going forward. Very quickly, I'm going to mention two other things we're doing that are related but aren't as specifically in scope for our talks today. We've also been working with employers. We found that there were employers who have really robust corporate training programs, and they also have employee support in terms of tuition reimbursement and things like that, and they really wanted a way to have us map from their corporate training programs into higher education credit. And so we spent last year convening those institutions, those corporations or agencies that have training programs, and our higher education professionals who work in those areas to create maps. And those are now posted on our site as well. And they are established so that someone who's working can go to it. They can see, I work for TxDOT, what kind of credit can I get for the things that I've done, and which institutions will apply that credit towards a degree or certificate. So we have it for TxDOT, we have it for the National Restaurant Association Education Foundation Apprenticeship Program, we have it for McDonald's Corporation, and there are a number of other employers that are looking into joining as well. The last piece that we've been working on regionally is another area that's also related to our 60 by 30 Texas goals, is the college prep courses, and this is in that high school to higher ed transition piece. As you know, we have college preparatory courses that are for those rising seniors who aren't yet TSI met, that the idea is that the school district works with a higher education partner to develop this course. Successful completion gives them a temporary waiver so that they can go into the higher education institution and complete the gateway course. What we've been realizing in our area is that there are so many students who might complete a course in high school related to one higher education institution, but they might actually enroll in college somewhere else because there are so many community colleges and universities. And so there are a number of partnerships that we've established across the region to mutually accept each other's successful completion of that college prep course and basically extend that waiver. Because if they've established it with one higher education institution and have successfully completed it, we're going to recognize it and let them go ahead and go into the gateway course. And so that work has happened at a really high scale within Education Service Center Region 10. We're now working with Region 11 to extend it even further, and also to look across the entire region and perhaps even the state to see how many institutions might like to engage in this mutual reciprocity so that students are able to benefit from successful completion of that course and not face that barrier that may make those students not participate in higher education. So with that, I'm going to pass it off to Alan, who's going to share some coordinating board information.
Thank you very much. I'm Alan Mickey here from the Coordinating Board, and I come bearing tidings of great joy for your transfer students, and especially your swirling students, and that is fields of study. What a field of study is, or an FOS, it's the complete list of all of the lower division lower division courses required for the major. Okay, now that's good news and bad news for some people. It's good news for the student because that means that they can be sure that every course that they take in a field of study is guaranteed to transfer and apply to their degree program. It sometimes comes as a surprise to some faculty members that they realize that they cannot require any additional courses on top of the field of study, and that includes prerequisites for any upper division level courses. So it's a mixed bag, and it takes some maneuvering at institutions to transition into making fields of study work. Typically, institutions, universities across the state have gotten accustomed to doing anything they want, creating curricula on their own, giving the same different course titles, different course numbers, different requirements. And we need to make a transition now to thinking more as a state, what is best for our students as a state, rather than each individual institution as an island in and of themselves. Because the reality has changed now. The reality is that 50% or more of university students are now coming in as transfer students. And it's time to try to make that transition easier to make sure that students can stop taking all of these excess semester credit hours. So a field of study is meant to apply as the lower division requirements for the major, but they don't always necessarily have to fit just in the first 2 years. If an institution doesn't have room for a field of study course, they can use it as an elective. They can use it as a designated elective, and hopefully they can use it to double dip and count also towards the core curriculum. So that can take some sting out of it. A field of study transfers as a block, just like the core curriculum. So if a student takes the core curriculum and Port Arthur, they are finished and transfer to UNT, their field of study transfers in as that block of courses for the lower division requirements, just like the core curriculum does. If they're finished with the core curriculum here, they're finished with the core curriculum everywhere. Okay, same logic for the field of study. These are the fields of study that we have already completed. We are trying to focus on the top 25 most popular transfer fields in the state. We've since expanded that to the top 50 most popular transfer fields in the state. And by the time we get to the bottom of that list, it's going to be time to go back up to the top again and review and renew them all, because we'd like to do that at least once every 5 years. These are the fields of study that are in one point of the process or another towards completion. A number of these are going to be considered at the July board meeting, but these are ones that either have committees in the process of coming together or fields of study that are currently in public comment. So these are the ones that are in the hopper. Now, please note that any one of these fields of study can cover several different university majors. Okay, for example, you might have the fields of study in, let me go back one, let's see here, business administration, okay? That can cover human resource management, okay? That can cover finance, okay? That can cover real estate. So we have a list on our website of all the CIP codes that have active undergraduate baccalaureate degree programs in Texas, and you can drill down in that list to see if you have a program in this CIP code, what field of study applies to that CIP code. So we encourage you to look at this list and think broadly in terms of what programs are covered by these very generic and general fields of study. There are also some cases where a field of study committee specifically excluded some CIP codes, and there's some surprises in there sometimes. So it might be that your program in a related CIP code might not be covered by one of these existing fields of study. Okay. Now, a field of study isn't effective if it isn't used. It is in statute, it's state law, that these courses must transfer and apply to a degree program at any public university. It's not state law that every university offer every single one of the courses in the field of study. So it isn't effective unless your institution, particularly the community colleges, offer the courses in the field of study and offer them in such a way that a student can complete them in 2 years. We encourage you to support the field of study if you have one by making sure that students know about it, that it's incorporated into your catalogs, into your degree maps, and the information that your advisors are giving to all of your students and the dual credit students. We have recently published an implementation guide. This is our way to answer many of the recurring questions that we've gotten over the last 2 years, specifically about field of study. We want to clear up some misconceptions, and we also just want to give some advice about how to make these things work. You can get this implementation guide on our coordinating board website. It's pretty new. We've only just published it about a month ago. And I want to just touch on some of the highlights of what's in this implementation guide as a way of encouraging you to access it and to give it a good look. We've divided it up into different sections so that we have implementation advice for administrators, for registrars, for faculty and advisors. So here are just some of the main broad tips that we're giving to different levels of university staff and faculty. For administrators in particular, it's important that they make sure that their staff, that their faculty understand the legal requirements of fields of study. It's important that we get nominations to the faculty committees that determine these fields of study. Okay, all these are picked not by coordinating board staff, not by government bureaucrats, not by anybody from the legislature. They are selected by faculty in the discipline, divided equally, up to 12 members from colleges and 12 members from universities, who come together here at the coordinating board over 2 days and hash it out. What are the common courses that are most often required for a degree program at the lower division? What are the most common courses that are really necessary for prerequisites and for success at the upper division? And then that goes out to public comment, and we rely upon administrators, deans, and coordinating board liaisons to make sure that those fields of study that are out for public comment go out to the appropriate faculty members and department chairs to make sure that we get good feedback on how this is going to work for the state. Okay. We also encourage faculty participation, as I said, in the advisory committees. We appreciate the financial support that the institutions make to send their faculty members to Austin, sometimes for 2 or even more meetings before we can get this completely finished. And as I said, to distribute the public comments to the relevant faculty. We also really encourage administrators to consider what policies might be at the institution that are keeping fields of study from working effectively. One of those policies might be that you don't allow lower division courses to transfer in as the equivalent of upper division level courses. Well, I understand that. I'm sympathetic to that as a faculty member myself. But perhaps there are some cases where the content of upper division level courses can be altered to be more specialized, and perhaps other content can be relocated down to the lower division to align your curricula with what's in a field of study to helpfully reduce any learning gap between your transfer students and your native students who might be sitting in the same classroom, listening to the same teacher in the same course, but are coming in with 2 different levels of preparation. We don't want to make that problem worse with fields of study. We want to try to make it better, and that's going to have to be the responsibility of administrators to make that happen at your institution. For registrars, registrars have it's a heavy lift for registrars for fields of study, and we're aware of that, and we're working with TACRO carefully on trying to make this work. Fields of study need to be listed on a student's transcript as being field of study complete. It would be helpful to have each course on a transcript indicated if it's part of a field of study. We need to have each field of study complete student reported in your CBM 009 report. That's done by each college when a student completes. Even if you don't have a degree program in that field of study, a student can still be field of study complete, and that could be reported. Okay. Some advice for deans and department chairs. Be sure that often we get faculty who come to these advisory committees who their jaws drop when I tell them you can require no more courses at the lower division on top of the field of study. They didn't know that, and they were the ones even appointed to the committees. So the word is not getting out to faculty that these exist, and to department chairs. So that's really key. We also encourage deans and department chairs to start mapping the courses that are in your degree program to what's in the field of study. Because if you don't, it's going to have to be a case-by-case basis every time you get a transfer student, where you're going to have to scratch your head and say, well, does this course in the field of study really equal our course in X? And those kind of things need to be worked out in advance to make the field of study work as efficiently as it possibly can. Also, we really encourage you to think about making every course in a field of study, or as many as possible, options in your core curriculum, so that as the more often students can double dip and have a course in a field of study count as a core curriculum component area option, then that leaves more room in that 120-hour degree plan for a student to perhaps take another upper division course or another upper division elective. We also encourage institutions to take a careful look at what they are already requiring at the upper division, to see if there's going to be duplication of course content with field of study, to see if perhaps some courses can be moved up or moved down, upper division, lower division, to be consistent with the field of study. And finally, to maybe encourage reluctant faculty of the benefits of field of study and remind them of the average costs that students can be saving by not having to take what Jenna just said in that slide a few minutes ago, an average of 23 extra semester credit hours that are not applying to a degree. That's an entire academic year. Okay, that's 7 courses. Okay, that's a year out of a student's life. That's a year of student loans. That's a year of books. That's a year of housing. Okay, and that's just the average. Half of them are paying more than that, or taking more than that, right? That's what fields of study can completely solve if we do this right. Because every course that a student takes, they know coming in what courses to take, what courses not to take by omission, and hopefully we can do something about those extra semester credit hours and save students thousands, maybe even over $10,000 over the course of their educational career. Okay. So with that, I will just end by saying if you run into trouble with an institution accepting a field of study, we want to hear about that. Okay. If a university is not accepting some field of study, or not giving transfer credit, or not applying courses to a degree program, they may not know that they are required by law to do so, and we depend upon institutions, community college, individual students, faculty members, deans and administrators to let us know that that's happening. And the coordinating board will do everything we can to serve as an intermediary and try to solve this to the benefit of all parties concerned. And if you have any questions or comments, either here or after this event, I'll be happy to work with you. Okay, thank you.
Thank you for having me here today, Jenna, and it's great to be with you all. I think one of the things that is really critical is when we look at student mobility patterns, this discussion is really vital to the success of not only our institutions, but of the students we serve. When I talk about student mobility patterns, we're talking transfer today primarily of 2 to 4, but if you look at the data of student mobility, 2 to 2, 4 to 4, 4 to 2, 2 to 4. It's going on everywhere. And so the discussion that we're having actually applies to all of those transfers because of the transfer and applicability of credits. So what I want to do today is give you a little bit of an overview of the Tackling Transfer in Texas and the Texas Transfer Alliance. And I will just start by saying this is truly a coalition of the willing. It is a volunteer group that is working together to address the transfer problem. Again, all types of transfer, but in particular 2 to 4 year. So with that, we'll look at the slides. Okay, great, thank you. I just want to make sure it was up. So with the Texas Transfer Alliance, this is a collaboration of Texas universities and community colleges. As you can see, it's focused on improving transfer student outcomes, all types of transfer. The reason why it's led by the Charles A. Dana Center at the University of Texas at Austin is because, as most of you know, the Dana Center has been working with mathematics pathways redesign, and in particular, multiple mathematics pathways. In that effort for the last 5 years or so, we know that mathematics pathways will not work unless the transfer institutions and at all levels work together so that those courses will transfer and be applied to the majors. So the Dana Center has actually worked with all of the community colleges and all the universities in the state of Texas around mathematics pathways. We've held transfer convenings around the subject of mathematics, and we also have a transfer inventory so that every university's program of study has the mathematics course defined as well as the core curriculum, so anybody can go and see what's required in every program of study and the math course that's required. Well, with that in mind, then, in looking at some of the transfer issues, we realized, of course, that it's more than mathematics. And as we looked at all of the institutions across the state and working with them, people said, you know, this really is a larger issue than just mathematics. So we have the coalition of the willing that you'll see up here. So university systems, Texas A&M, Texas State, University of Texas System, and the University of Texas, as well as the Texas Association of Community Colleges. And primarily the people that are on this alliance guiding committee are the vice chancellors of academic affairs from the system offices, and then the president of TAC. And we have one person here today, Dr. Rosemary Haggett, who represents the University of North Texas System, and she sits on the Texas Transfer Alliance. And again, this is a voluntary group that's providing guidance around these issues. What's interesting is that there's a national group. There are 3 organizations that looked at data across the country and said, this is an issue that's not only in Texas, but across the country. Those 3 partners are the Aspen Institute, HCM Strategies, and SOVA. And they did a national competition about 2 years ago, and all 50 states were considered. They narrowed it down to 10 at any number of factors, including look at diversity of population, student mobility patterns, success of completing baccalaureate degrees. And they narrowed it down to 10, and then they interviewed 10 states, and they chose 3. And Texas was one of the states that they chose. I will tell you they were reluctant to choose Texas, and the reason why they were reluctant to choose is because it's so big, it's so diverse, and we're so independent. All things we're very proud of. But they said, let's give it a whirl, particularly because Minnesota is very different. It's one system, and Virginia is very different. So we have 3 very different states to really understand this whole idea of transfer. You'll see the national funders. So they are funded. The 3 partners are funded by the national funders. What goes in there is a lot of research, a lot of tool development, and a lot of understanding and working across the 3 states. Texas, we just recently received a grant from the Trellis Foundation to support this work for next year going forward around the transfer. So what I want to do is talk to you about the tackling transfer, what it involves, and how does this thing called the Texas Transfer Alliance fit in with this. So the work of the partners and the alliance looks forward to celebrating and elevating in visibility the great work that's going on around the state. We really want that to be highlighted. We also want to help deepen transfer efforts and meet each institution where they are to achieve their student success goals, with 60 by 30 being a critical part, which you will see at the last point there. And then, of course, we want to connect institutions with other field leaders both within and across other states, so within Texas and across others. So we began the work with the tackling transfer in November of 2018. So since then, we've had meetings in all 6 regions, 2 in the North Texas region, and we've had 83 institutions represented. And I'll show you how that breaks down in a minute. Let me just say a couple of things about this. We do 6 regions rather than the coordinating board regions. A couple of reasons why. Some of this work started with the regional work we were doing with TAC, and they have 6 regions. We have, Dana Center has regional coordinators. We have 6 of them. They're in the regions. So we said we're going to start with the 6 larger regions, and you'll see in a minute what those are. So that's why the 6. The reason why 2 in North Texas, because the 3 national partners could only fund working in one region of Texas. They chose the North Texas region, and so the Dana Center actually picked up the funding to support the other 5 regions, but we've only had 1 meeting in the other 5 regions because of that. We've had 2 webinars, great participation. We've had one-on-one calls with the North Texas institutions, and then, as I said, we've had a recipient. So I want to show you some of the data that we've gotten from this year's work. Here where you see the regional meetings, so we had 49 community colleges participate. We had 34 4-year institutions, and these are the 6 regions. So you have North Texas, East Texas, West Texas, Central Texas, South Texas, and Southeast Texas. Southeast Texas includes the Gulf Coast region and Southeast that you hear here. Okay. We combined all of the East Texas together and all of West Texas, although we're now dividing West Texas into 2 groups, so to make it easier, because West Texas is a large geographical area. At the regional meetings, what were the goal of those regional meetings? The institutional teams, and each institution sent a team of 3 to 4 people. The institutions discussed where their institution, what they're doing, where there are areas for improvement, and then, of course, what prevents them from moving forward. They wrote their strong practices, area of improvements. You can see some examples of the flip charts. And then Aspen actually took all of the flip charts and has done a qualitative analysis. So we have the trends from across the state of Texas. The teams reviewed their own student transfer data. We provided a packet to each team that came with their transfer data so that they could review it as a team and then talk with their transfer partners, both the 4-year institutions and the 2-year institutions with each other, and then the 2 to 4 institutions around both the data and also the promising practices and areas of improvement. Here's the poster analysis. So for the 2-year institutions, the 5 most common subtopics were program maps and pathways, advising, articulation agreements, reverse transfer, and college fairs or transfer days. And you can see that basically 3 of them are around a curriculum or agreements and 1 around recruitment. And then you can actually see the complete breakdown in the pie chart that is provided to you. 4-year, we had 6 common themes that bubbled up: financial aid and scholarships, program maps again, articulation agreement again, reverse transfer again, but then transfer orientation, and then partnership and relationship building. And again, you can see the breakdown. So with that, we started to see what are some themes across the entire state, although these bubbled up in regions. These were statewide trends. On the North Texas, with the one-on-one calls, there was a protocol set up for these calls, and 8 calls have been completed as of May 1. And you can see that the questions were, what did they have about the alliance? What are their priorities about transfer? How can they best be supported in this transfer work? And if they had to choose a single focus, what would that be? So to give you a few highlights and observations, not all the data, but a few things, they really like the regional convenings. I think you've heard that repeatedly throughout. People like structured time to come together to talk about this issue. And as one person said, who really owns transfer? Really nobody does, but therefore we all do, but you need somebody to facilitate the process. Of the 8 calls, 6 of the institutions were really eager to continue this work, 2 were not. And we fully agree that not everyone is ready to tackle this issue at this particular time. And talked to another institution, it's not reflected up here, they're going through a SACS reaffirmation right now. This was that's not high on their list because they're going through that. Well, of course, now is not the right time to be addressing this. Another one said they got initiative fatigue, and this was just not the right time to bring on something else, okay, as a concerted effort. So there's lots of reasons. As far as engaging, clarifying that what they would like the Transfer Alliance to do through tackling transfer is really help definitions of who's to count as a transfer student, a neutral intermediary, facilitating connections, as we talked about, actionable steps, and then integrating with the work of the North Texas Community College Consortium, which we really like to see that connection that continues to happen in the North Texas region. And these are just, there's more themes, but here's some examples. The thing that I think is amazing is advising always comes up, okay, and articulation agreements are not enough. And you hear that repeatedly. And then, of course, data. I will tell you, for the Texas Transfer Alliance, we use coordinating board data. And that's because all of the institutions submit to the coordinating board. We know it's certified, and it's a common data set. So that everything is coordinating board data that we use. Here's how we're working together. I will tell you that not all of the institutions in the state of Texas will be doing this. As I said, it's a coalition of the willing. And so some are choosing, although most participated this last year, some are choosing to participate next year, some are not. We did the data and practice reflection this year. And from here, then, we're looking at goal setting, action plans, and continuous improvement for those that want to go deep into the work. And of course, the goal is, again, to work across and have an emerging strategy, and so that all colleges and universities can learn from one another. Improve transfer, the alliance is there to help set goals and guide the work. And then the support. So let me just mention a little bit about the supports that are in. As I said, it's been supported this year. Next year we have a Trellis Foundation grant. For institutions that want to participate next year, there will be a small stipend that goes to those institutions to help them this work, knowing that it will be some data-intensive work as well as some convenings. And so we know that's particularly for smaller institutions, it's really a challenge, and so we will have some financial support for those institutions. And then they also get the support from the national organization, so there'll be a lot of research that'll be provided to them at no charge, as well as learning from other states and other institutions. The policy and practice feedback loop is one of the things we have agreed to do is as we learn more about Senate Bill 25, how can this support the work that's going on in the different regions around Senate Bill 25, whether it's MOUs or aligning the programs or reporting whatever comes out of the coordinating board, we will be there to assist with implementing that. So here are the metrics. You saw up there a little bit about that one of the goals is metrics. So one of the things that is really critical, as Jenna pointed out, the transfer numbers are about 23% across the state of Texas. That has dropped from when I was doing some original work in this a few years ago with the UT system. And so really understanding mobility is critical, but also equity. What groups of students are transferring? What groups of students are being successful? Are there achievement gaps? Are there transfer gaps? If there are, what can we do about that to close those gaps? Completion, the same thing. Excess credits we've heard a lot about. Time to degree is another thing. There is a difference in time. Of course, if you've got to take more credit hours, it's going to take you longer. And then, of course, the math and English. So we have goals and we have graphs like this for all the metrics. I'm not going to show them to you, only this one. And this one was from what we had used from the fall 2011 entering cohort from the coboard data when we started this work, which was, like I said, last fall. And you can see it disaggregated. Which is what we do on all the data pieces, is disaggregate. And you can see at that time it was 21%, and you can see how it breaks down with white, black, and Hispanic students on the transfer. So those are the benchmarks, and what we are looking for is improvement in the numbers of students that actually transfer, closing some of the gaps that we currently see, and then also less time, less credit hours to complete the baccalaureate degree with the 2 to 4 year transfer. The last thing I'll say is people always say, who's the Texas Transfer Alliance? The Texas Transfer Alliance is actually everyone in this room and everyone that's back home. It is truly you. Like I said, we've worked with all the colleges and universities. You saw the people that were leading the work with the systems and the Texas Association of Community Colleges, but it is not an exclusive club or a closed club. If we have other university systems that want to be a part of it, we highly encourage them to be a part of it. With the colleges and universities, it's those that want to participate. And we look forward to learning from all of you as we do deeper and deeper work around the student mobility patterns and the success of students as they complete their credentials that they're wanting to complete for their future lives. So thank you.
I hope what you're hearing here is, in some regions they were saying, there's study work going on, there's other regional work happening. Is this in conflict with maybe what we've put in our strategy, or do we need to build new? And I hope what you take away from this is you don't have to go alone. You don't have to build your own thing. You can, if you want to build your own thing in your region, that's fine. But there are also opportunities for you to tag on. So if your regional strategy was saying we want to do something around transfer, and one of those things is, hey, as a region, we're going to really work on fields of study, or hey, we're going to commit to joining the Texas Transfer Alliance, or we really want to get in on the portal and upload for our whole region. We're going to upload all of our programs to the transfer portal. That's something that you could do to help flash out and make tangible some of what you aspire to do around the transfer work. Christine, we just have a little bit of time, but do you mind kind of doing follow-up questions?
All right, so I'm going to facilitate our Q&A a little bit. And what we wanted to find out from you is what the things are, first of all, that you're most interested in working on, what seems most urgent for you, but then also what barriers you're finding in your region that we might all be able to support. So first of all, what's most urgent for you related to transfer in your region? Yes. Right, and I think that's great. If you weren't able to hear what he was saying, it's for those people who have some college but no degree.
And so we decreased by 0.8 percentage points, and we're actually lower now than when we started the plan. So we're really not making progress in this area. On a regional basis, what you can see kind of in the lighter red is that 7 regions followed this kind of statewide trend, which is that they had decreases, and about 3 are kind of roughly flat, essentially 0, and just 1 Metroplex up just 1/10 of a percentage point. So this is pretty modest. You can celebrate up here if you want, but modest. So what's happening here? So we see this rate declining over time. And so this rate is essentially a fraction, right? So how many of our public high school graduates, out of all those public high school graduates in the 300,000 student mark, how many of those are coming into higher ed the following fall? So you can see those trends from 2015 to 2018 in this table. I hope you can see them on the TVs. But if you look across the top, what you can see is between 2015 and 2018, we have 13,000 more high school grads coming into higher education the following fall. That's good news. We've made progress in the absolute number each year. That's going up. But if you look at the second line there, you can see that the increase in the number of high school grads has increased faster. There are 32,000 more high school grads than there were in 2015. So that's what's leading to this decreasing rate. So, there is some positive news here, which is we are bringing more students into higher education, and we're graduating more students. These are good things, but we're not keeping up with that rapid population growth in our high school grads. And I already made that point. So a couple of things that we always hear right away is that must be going down because we're sending more and more students out of state. And there are a lot of articles about this, so there's reason to believe that this is happening. And there are more numbers of students leaving, but when we've looked over the last several years, this has actually been very stable. So about 5% of our high school grads go out of state, and that's been pretty stable. As I said, we'll continue to track it, but it's not kind of the smoking gun about what's going on here. Nor is it, we're hearing lots and lots of great examples of early college high school models, P-Tech academies, innovative academies, all kinds of things where students are completing credentials while they're in high school and may or may not come on into college subsequently. So is that part of the reason? So we do see that some students do this. We looked at last at the 2017 class, and there are about 1,200, about 1,200 students in the state who completed a credential while they were in high school and did not subsequently come into higher education. So we know that about 78% of these students are coming in, and they tend to get, people who complete credentials while they're in high school, they tend to come in and get more higher education. They don't tend to stop at that point. But we know that these numbers will increase. A few years ago, it was a couple hundred. It was really tiny. So we know that these numbers may increase, and we'll absolutely be keeping our eye on it. But if you think of 1,200 out of about 300,000 students, this, again, is not kind of the smoking gun of where those decreases are coming from. Things that are happening that we do see in the data are that our high school grad rates are going up, and they're going up pretty fast. So since 2011, we were at just under 56%, and now we're up close to 90% of students graduating in the 2017 graduation year. So we have a growing population, and we also have a higher percentage of students coming through that high school pipeline. So we have a lot of students to keep up with to support in higher education. And finally, we know that college-going rates are lower among segments of our population that are growing. So Hispanic students and African-American students have historically lower rates of direct enrollment compared to white students and Asian students. And Hispanic students now make up 49%, or in 2017, they're 49% of our high school graduating class population. And that was an increase of 2 percentage points. So they're starting to make up a larger share, but have these lower college-going rates. At the same time, African-American student population is staying pretty consistent, around 13%, but the share of white students has declined over 3 percentage points during this period. So we have major demographic shifts, and we're starting to see that manifest at the state level. So now I want to turn to the regional targets. So where are we right now? We said about 52%, in this case 51% and change, is where we are now. And we have these very ambitious targets to get to 65%. You will see that 2020 is around the corner, and we have a long way to go. So what we are excited about, this is kind of, you all will need to help us, right? Now is the time. I'm kind of shooting up a flare. This is a target that we really need to focus on, and we really need partnership to help make this happen. And so partially what I want you to hear today are some of the ways that highlight some of the strategies that people have identified. I think that's on the next. There were a variety of strategies that people talked about in terms of their commitments in the regional process. And so the first one was around more strategically using these kind of pre-college experiences while students are in high school. So dual credit AP, IB, college prep courses. You know, more and more without kind of a strategic focus on what students, what courses align to what programs. That's kind of where people want to go. Some folks were interested in FAFSA and Apply Texas completion strategies that would help boost those. Others were talking about, we've got a lot of momentum around guided pathways at the college and university space. How do we reach back and help start those pathways earlier in K-12? And then others were focused on data sharing and finding better ways of even just communicating with districts about what's the state of the state about the trends that we're seeing in these numbers, and building partnership around them. So before I turn it over, I do just want to highlight that there is a variety of data available to you. If you want to be in kind of closer connection with your districts, if you want to look at high school to higher ed direct enrollment at the district level, that's available on our website. If you want to know how many at the district level are completing credentials 6 years out, you can see that. If you want to know the high school or the preparation, the college readiness, TSI status, down to the district level, that is available, and you can share that. And then also, the last box kind of on the right over there are higher education assistance plans, HB 2550. We also put out a list of kind of the districts with the lowest rates of direct college going. And so that may be a place you want to start to think about what kinds of additional support and outreach you may want to provide. Last piece here is around yesterday. Raise your hand if you were at the P16 meeting yesterday. There was another division here at the agency put together a meeting really focused on kind of high school to college transitions. And we had breakout groups for each region. And so something that I hope that if you had someone from your region who was there for the breakout sessions yesterday, we want them to kind of feed that conversation forward as well. Your POC was there to help facilitate discussion. By the way, I haven't said regional POCs are regional points of contact. These are your coordinating board staff people, if you don't know who those people are. Hopefully you know their faces, even if you don't know that I'm calling them POCs. So they'll be able to feed forward. What we asked them was to take a look at the high school to higher ed data for your region, give us some local insights, and then also offer some suggestions about how to move your strategies forward. So hopefully that will help continue and build. So hopefully you'll take some time during your team time to hear about that. But without further ado, we're going to first talk about college prep courses. I'm going to invite Mary Helen to come up and share the experience in the South Texas region.
Good afternoon. How are y'all? Good. For those who are not familiar with college prep courses, House Bill 5 required school districts to partner with institutions of higher ed so they could develop a course in math and in English designed for seniors who had not yet demonstrated college readiness. It is conditional. I'm going to put the slide. Oh, I thought it was like automatic. Sorry. They're developed by faculty both at the university and college level, as well as high school teachers in math and English. The college success is locally designed for us in San Antonio region, grade of 75 or better, and then students are able to register for college credit courses. It's conditional. There has to be an MOU in place between the school district and the institution of higher ed. The student must use the exemption or waiver, whatever, within 2 years of high school graduation. The student must register for entry-level English or math within 1 year of enrollment, so it is conditional. For us, we came together, and I see our UTSA partner, Joseph, you want to wave and holler, who have more history than I do. But in 2014, we came together, Alamo Colleges District, which is made up of 5 individually accredited colleges: Palo Alto, St. Philip's, Northwest Vista, Northeast Lakeview College, and San Antonio College. Region 20 Education Service Center and UTSA. We're really excited about this. We're adding Texas A&M University San Antonio in 2020. So I don't know if anyone here from University of San Antonio, but thank you. So it's one collective MOU. It's between Alamo Colleges District, all 5, UTSA, and the school district. Region 20 Education Service Center serves as our liaison, if you will, and they built the infrastructure for this, so it really works, just like in North Texas that you mentioned earlier. They host quarterly college, career, military readiness forums, where the morning session's just a general session on general topics of college and career readiness. Then the noon session is the college prep operational, and that's our partners. That's where we come together with the school districts, look at our processes, look at our MOU, look at our curriculum, and discuss any revisions that we need. And then we have the real work that happens, the faculty sessions in the afternoon. We actually bring in Alamo Community College faculty in math and English, as well as UTSA math and English, as well as high school math and English teachers. Region 20 Education Service Center also has resources and materials for college prep courses. The faculty are designing materials for the courses, so Region 20 Education Service Center acts as a repository for that. They also have teacher training for college prep courses. Again, it makes sense because they are in constant contact with school districts. So it works out beautifully as our liaison. Okay, college prep MOUs 2017 and 2014, we started off with 1-year MOUs. In 2015, we went to 2-year MOUs, and then in 2017, we thought we'd be bold and go 3 years because a lot of the legal departments don't want to accept more than 3 years. We managed this year, really exciting, to obtain 43 college prep MOUs. Let's just let that sit for a bit. That's 43 legal departments, okay, that it had to be vetted from, right? It wasn't that smooth. We had one out of all those who wanted to change the to the. Okay, that wasn't good. Okay, and it was good. It was good. So we have a collective MOU, and I think it worked out really well. So until 2020, and then in 2020, we're adding Texas A&M University San Antonio. In fact, we're meeting with them next week. My counterpart at UTSA and I are meeting with the Texas A&M San Antonio. The lessons learned, it really does take a commitment or dedicated, intentional service to this. All of us have to come together. I know it's House Bill 5 and it's on the school district side, but institutions of higher ed really should be at the table, and the Region 20 Education Service Center has helped bring us together. It's a shared responsibility. There's a lot of processes. You know, the school district signs, it comes to Alamo, it goes to UTSA, it comes back, it goes, so there's a lot of processes to work out. There should be constant communication and consistent messaging. There was so much misinformation about college prep. You can imagine that there's so many initiatives called college prep, but these are college prep courses with specific PEIMS numbers on transcripts. We just had an issue arise the other day where we institution of higher ed, Alamo colleges, have registration in April where the student doesn't graduate until May or June now, and the transcript doesn't come till July. So we had some agreement with the school district, some school districts, and we developed through Region 20 Education Service Center a certificate that we would accept. Now, there's a lot of processes to that because we don't want that certificate duplicated or misused, if you will. So we had to come up with that process as well. So, you know, get some talking points. Make sure you have some talking points about the course. Make sure that you hit the multiple audiences. There's so many audiences. The teachers, the advisors, the counselors, the testing centers. Don't forget the testing centers because they accept this. And the students, especially the students, because they have to be their advocates. Some of our students were taking the TSI again once they arrived at our colleges. So we want to make sure they take full advantage of that 75 grade, making them eligible to take our gateway courses. So just coming together, I think, has taught us that we can best serve our students, but it takes a dedication and a commitment that's ongoing. So we continue to meet quarterly, and we'll start up again. We don't meet during the summer, but we'll start up again in September. That's what I have for college prep courses. Thank you.
Well, good afternoon. My name is Eric Ban, Managing Director of the Dallas County Promise at the Commit Partnership, and just sharing a little bit about our work in Dallas County to focus on our most vulnerable populations and get them prepared for, excited into and through higher education. So just starting with the platform, our burning platform in Dallas, that we are truly a tale of two cities. 3 out of 4 of our students are economically disadvantaged. We rank last in American cities post-recession for how we have shared our recovery across all of our citizens. So our divide in terms of our wealth is very pronounced in Dallas County. And our inability to complete our most vulnerable populations, which are large in number, really has contributed to a decrease in household income. So 10% of our economically disadvantaged 8th graders, which is a lot of them, knowing that 3 out of 4 of our students are economically disadvantaged, 6 years after high school graduation, 1 in 10 earn a college credential. 1 in 10. So you could hit the beach on Normandy on the first wave and have a better chance of making it to Berlin than our poor kids in Dallas County do of earning a college credential. And less than half of our students of color, or our students of color, are earning those credentials at less than half of our white students. So we have some equity, big-time equity issues. We also have workforce alignment and talent issues in Dallas County. 57% of our high school grads from NSC data enter, only 28% complete. 37% of our adults have a 2 or 4 year degree. 65% of the jobs require that, of our living wage jobs. And then particular areas in healthcare and computer and math fields, about 67% of our job postings are in those areas. And of the higher ed credentials produced, only about 25% of those higher ed credentials. So we have a talent misalignment. And so we're working on these issues hard. I think something that's important that to kind of recognize that we almost have a promise now. It's called the 3rd lowest community college tuition rate in the U.S. So based on all the work that so many people have done, we have kept our community college tuition rate very low. When 3 out of 4 of our students are eligible for Pell, the average Pell grant is $4,000, and the average annual tuition at Dallas County community colleges is $1,700. That college has been free for a long time for most of our kids. It just hasn't been packaged that way, promoted that way, and engaged. So yes, some of this is just purely a messaging and marketing thing. And just our Community College Foundation has, through their vision, kind of followed the Tennessee model of how we roll out our promise to make sure that all our families are aware and that everybody's covered. So the students who don't get full Pell or our Dream of DACA students are covered in a last dollar approach for that. So we do 3 things in our promise. So we go out to our highest poverty high schools. In year 1, that was 31 of them, representing over 9,000 high school seniors. And we have a simple message that regardless of income or GPA, college tuition is covered, is free, period. No strings attached. And then with many of our higher ed partners, you can continue on to a bachelor's degree, tuition free, to complete your bachelor's degree. So that message is really important because it's the #1 real and perceived barrier to higher education that our families talk about as college affordability. Secondly, just because it's free doesn't mean it's going to work better. So our students, because they just because they go from the high school senior year to a college freshman doesn't mean their transportation issues, their food insecurity issues, their housing insecurity issues go away. And so the community college and our higher ed partners are really stepping up and building more robust wraparound services support for our students. So every student gets a success coach, and with the Dallas Regional Chamber, building a strategy for career mentoring and developing social capital and paid internship modeling for our most vulnerable kids who don't get that traditionally. So we need to build that in. So we're helping the families navigate the maze. And the third part is using a lot of data sharing, a lot of Salesforce implementation, a lot of meeting and convening, and working with industry, tracking those pathways, and driving improvements in our systems to make our systems more student ready. So what happened in year one and what's happening now in year two? So 96% of our first cohort of kids, again, that was 90% students of color and 80% economically disadvantaged student population. It was larger than 8 states. Our increase in financial aid went up 7%. We would have been ranked the number 4 state in the U.S. for financial aid completion with a 80% economically disadvantaged student population. 6% overall higher ed enrollment increase from our highest poverty high schools. Dallas County Community College, 1 year, 35% increase in enrollment from the highest poverty high schools in Dallas County. UNT Dallas went up 30% in 1 year. Fall to spring, retention numbers in Dallas County with the student success support was up 12%. We still have a long way to go, and we're learning a lot. Our high school seniors now, 98% of our eligible seniors in cohort 2. That's 43 high schools and over 16,000 seniors. FAFSA was up 7%, and everybody's working diligently, and we're working with more university partners, sharing data to get some more robust and stronger numbers. So kind of keys to some initial results. I tell people that we woke up on, the Promise in Dallas woke up on second base and we did not hit a double. And it's because of a lot of strong leadership for many years, working together, sharing data, building P-TECH and early college models, and we got to just build off of that work. So there's a commitment to solving this problem. Clarity of purpose and clarity of message. Economic mobility for all. People are rallying to help support this work. And for families and students, the simplicity of the message is really important. Listening to student voice and developing student leadership initiatives, so we're working on behalf of what they feel is important. Data sharing is huge. We have a robust high school outreach and continuous improvement model, which we convene our high schools, and they work together and share best practices on college access. And a robust support for partners with file matching with students. They pick Washington High School in Washington State instead of, that. And so we have all sorts of issues that we work together and solve. And then we've worked very closely with the coordinating board to build a case management tool. The counselor suite was just a little harder than it should be for the high school counselors to use. And so we're helping to export that data and help the counselors view that data in a way that's more usable. So Jarrell said, okay, Eric, he was challenging everyone, and so he put this challenge out, where are we going, and what our bold next steps are together. We figured out that when we gathered the student names from our highest poverty zip codes in Dallas County, we also had 9,000 parent names of only a small percentage had a college credential. So we built a parent promise, and the students can gift the promise to their parents. And we tested this out last year, and 63 student parents are going to college together in Dallas County community colleges, identifying those programs that lead to living wage jobs, and we're expanding this both with our community college and university partners. The challenge is too big to solve alone, so just as everyone said, we have a governance structure, we meet with alignment councils, we have working groups, and we're just chipping away at the issue. And we have a lot of people wanting to solve this problem. We've built a whole framework for dream, enroll, complete, and earn, and everybody's got a role in helping more kids prepare effectively for higher ed completion. So maybe we don't have a big enough vision for the portrait of a Texas high school graduate. And we're asking our highest poverty high schools, what should these graduates be able to do? So are we driving maximum growth on ACT or SAT tools? Every Promise High School has to do in pre and post ACT, SAT, and we're looking at student growth. How are students growing when they're with you? And we need to eradicate remediation. It is a disease that needs to go away. Do they complete a minimum of 12 credit hours? The data says that if they do in Texas, they complete at 50% on-time degree completion, greater than 50% more. Do they complete their first college math course with math competencies aligned to their workforce pathway and visible on their transcript as employer signals? Do they complete a level 1 certificate and an additional level 1 certificate from an international institution in a second language to be competitive global workers? Do they demonstrate effective work ethic, teamwork, communication, humility, and joy? Do they complete authentic work-based learning aligned to a pathway with college credit? And do they set college, career, and citizenship goals that help to improve the human condition? And what does that look like on the transcript? So we're working with Dell and a company called Greenlight to reinvent the student record and empower and build student agency so that they can dream and aspire and be supported in helping to signal to employers who they are, what they do. So we have funding from EdFi and Dell, and we're just reinventing what this student portrait of a Texas high school graduate should look like and be, and how do we empower that student. I know my dad was first generation and became a college professor, and so I knew I was going to get a doctorate. So we have to help establish those expectations for our kids. And then once we have the data, why isn't it, Alexa, I want to be a teacher? I've sent your transcript via blockchain technology on Greenlight to UNT Dallas. I've introduced you via email to your success coach. I've sent you your first readings, and your class starts next Monday at 8 a.m. We have the data. Are we disciplined enough to share that data and serve students in a way that makes sense to them? So this year, students will have this app and the simple steps, because our first generation students keep saying, it's like it goes on forever. I don't know when it ends. I think I'm done and I'm never done, right? Have you heard that? We hear that all the time from our kids. So we're gonna make a checklist, and you're gonna be done, and you're gonna be enrolled, and we're gonna support you in doing that. So, so hopefully that was helpful for Jarrell, because he said, challenge everybody and put a big vision out there. So I said that at, in the Salesforce meeting at Salesforce Tower, and I was describing the Alexa thing, and someone was on the phone, and Alexa was trying to figure that out and help me get to college. It wasn't working yet, so, but we'll get there. So thank you.
Thank you. All right, so the beauty of going third is that I just get to ditto everything that everyone else said and said, yeah, we're going to look at that. I'm Heather Justice. I'm from the Texas Education Agency. I laughed because I was pouring tea, and it was in all caps, and I was like, oh, it's art. No, it's just tea. It's just tea. I was like, oh, TEA. No, some chuckles. Okay. So anyway, we essentially are looking at, for our division, college, career, and military preparation. So all of the things that help smooth out the transition from high school into post-secondary, and hopefully do that in a decreased timeline, and then persist and enroll, because our goals are the same as your goals, right? We just need to make sure that our students get there and then have that better completion rate. Raise your hand if you've seen the annual report that our agency puts out. This is one of the charts from it. It's essentially like a state of education in Texas. If you don't, it's very helpful. It's to cradle to career, right? Like pre-K, early childhood education, all the way through post-secondary enrollment and completion, and what that actually looks like. So it's funny, when Jenna was showing the slide earlier about some of the stuff that's available on Coordinating Board's website, we use that because we are all great at data sharing, actually. And then we also have some other reports that you can use through some of ours on data related to students, of which this is one. So essentially, you kind of see the lifespan of how we're doing from pre-K and kindergarten readiness all the way then through the gambit of whether our students are actually completing within 6 years, right? So what does that actually look like? And we've got some room to grow. We're going to talk a little bit about some legislative updates that might help us get there, but essentially, this is the state of our high school students. You'll notice there's this huge dip between 8th grade and then this SAT, ACT passing, which goes way down. It says no change, 16%. And so one, we know not every student takes the SAT or ACT. And then two, of those students who do take it, they're not passing with those college readiness benchmarks, right? And so when Eric challenged to eradicate remediation, we know that that's no small feat, and we've got a lot of work to do in that space, right? High school completion is up. You heard Jenna talk about that. But then college enrollment isn't necessarily seeing the gains that the high school graduation is. And I think we have a challenge in secondary ed to erase the line in the sand of graduation, right? It used to be just get them to graduation, and once they've graduated high school, we've done our job, yay, pat ourselves on the back, and then post-secondary took over from there. And really what we're saying is we're erasing that line in the sand of high school graduation, preparing students for life, and building those skill sets to be able to seamlessly enter and exit into post-secondary in a way that makes sense for them. And then we also care about completion. So we're not just tracking students who enroll, we're also tracking completion just alongside coordinating board to make sure that we are hitting 60 by 30. And to Jenna's point, we've got some work ahead of us to be able to hit that goal in enrollment. So what's exciting that's going on? Any people like myself who've read all over 300 pages of House Bill 3? Hey, there's a couple. Okay, yeah. Did you get through the tax code? It was riveting. I sat down and I was like, I am going to learn all about the school finance tech. Next page. Okay, next page. But it is a huge overhaul of public school finance. But what you might not understand are all of the legit gems that are within House Bill 3 and the huge amount of excitement that is being generated around what this does for secondary. But you should also know that this is huge for post-secondary, because the things that it's providing for high school students then actually allow better access and, dare I say, more equitable access for students into post-secondary. So one is it actually now provides for paying for the ACT or SAT for every student at either their junior or senior year. So there is funding now to actually pay for that test. Now we have the job of, and actually Eric and I were talking about this earlier this morning, of then getting that communication and culture out there that students are taking us up on it and districts are supporting that for our students. We actually now have FAFSA as a graduation requirement beginning this coming school year, which is huge. So it now doesn't make it like a, yeah, you should think about doing this thing, but it changes that story, right? And it changes that perception. I think Eric mentioned a couple pieces around the promise and modeling it after Tennessee. And the fascinating thing, if you're familiar with the Tennessee promise, is a lot of the results they saw from the Tennessee Promise, it wasn't about the money going to the students who needed it most, because the students who needed it most were already getting the federal funds. It was about the marketing, right? It was about changing the perception that college wasn't for me and saying that, oh, I too can go. Like, I can actually afford to do this now. And the chances of an economically disadvantaged student actually getting money from the Tennessee Promise was actually much lower than you would expect. Most of that money, because it was a last dollar scholarship, went to middle class kids, right? Because low income students were already going to get Pell, et cetera. But it was shifting this culture of like, there is no barrier to me now being able to move on, right? And so I think the FAFSA is also that piece of how are we ensuring that they have access to the funds to be able to do so. And then it provides incentives, and this list seems small, but it's huge. It provides teacher incentive fundings. So the commissioner last night, for those of you who were there, say a couple of you who were there in the field, said the only way to make more money in teaching was to get as far away as you could from students, which was true, right? The only way to continue your path was to become an administrator, right? And then you lose your best and brightest teachers to administration, which can be good from an administration perspective, but bad from an instructional perspective. And so the incentive funding actually provides money to increase teacher salaries to stay in the classroom for highly effective teachers. Extended elementary school year. So how we're actually spending more time for students and teachers to dig into the content and actually master content rather than just hitting the concept and moving on. It provides a little bit of a deeper dive. And then taking that down to pre-K. So providing free pre-K for students in need. Low socioeconomic students now actually have access to pre-K. So we're extending that and hoping to hit that kindergarten readiness benchmark, which was on the earlier slide. It provides incentive and outcomes funding for college, career, and military readiness. So for students who are hitting those and then seamlessly enroll, which is the key, it actually provides incentive funding, so performance-based funding for districts who can actually get their students to perform. It provides dual language supports for students inside the classroom. It provides blended learning supports for math specifically and expands that. And then the key piece here too is it also significantly increases funding in career and technical education down to the 7th grade and provides funding for P-TECH and new tech models. So think of school models that are already doing a great job at embedding industry and post-secondary career plans and getting students across the finish line with college credit. It's actually going to fund at a higher rate some of those pieces. So how this ties in with the work at the agency, and I think a lot of times our agency is a convener. We're not the person doing the physical work, although it feels like that right now with HP3, getting everything up and running. We're the ones who are helping everybody hopefully connect the dots and understand how to build on this work. And so a big piece of that has actually been with our tri-agency partners with Coordinating Board, the Texas Workforce Commission, and the Texas Workforce Investment Council in how do we think about this broad idea of pathways, of which lots of things fall under, right? The guided pathways that many are already doing in this room, P20 councils that have existed for a long time. How do we take all of that work and capitalize off of it? You heard both Mary Helen and Eric mention this, it takes a village, right? And all of the partners and how you convene them. And how do we convene them at a regional level to avoid a million asks of our higher ed partners and especially our industry partners, right? We have great industry partners, and then we ask them to sit on 15 advisory committees in our region, right, for all of our districts, and then our higher ed also has an ask for them. And then what happens, right? They become disengaged because they don't understand why what they say to one doesn't stick, and then they don't see a return on investment in a short amount of time, right? Not to mention that we speak a completely different language, and they get very frustrated with that, right? We love our acronyms. And so really the work around pathways from the tri-agency is how do we build regional conveners to pull all of the things together and not reinvent the wheel, but sand it down and make it move better and faster. And so essentially we are trying to build P20 pathways in each region that align the work that's already going on from the guided pathways to our college and career readiness school models. So if you've got a P-TECH, how are you building that in? If you're a part of a 1882, how do you pull that in? Like thinking of all of the space that we have really successful models and pulling them together to create seamless transitions for students that braid industry and education to transition into college and career. And we say that as a both. So multiple entry and exit points where a student can enter. So I'll just kind of end on this piece. There are additional things in HB3 that I didn't mention that actually talk about improving equity, that talk about the school finance piece of it, so literally undoing the tax code and then thinking through how we're actually funding pieces. But I did want to mention that all of this ties in to the work and support we're trying to do from high school to higher ed, right? So how do we support students in high school, whether that's through funding, whether that's through incentive and performance-based funding, or whether that's through building these pathways for students to ensure they have strong college and career advising, they actually have a path to a high-wage, in-demand occupation, and they understand the role that post-secondary education has to play in their attainment of that lifelong career, and knowing that it isn't job terminal, but a continuum. Right? So we're pretty excited. If you hear our commissioner speak, he's incredibly passionate about this work. It is a massive bill for education, and we are pretty excited that just this one bill does all of these amazing things for students, and we're hoping to really start to see some of that transpire in the next year. So we do have a website up and running. If you go onto our website, just search HB3, it is there, and you'll see continued resources coming. And with that, I will turn it over to Jenna.
So I'm going to open it up for questions here in just a second, burning things, but I just have some very rapid fire questions for each of you, just to kind of prime the pump here. So Mary Helen, just quickly tell us kind of why approach this regionally, and what kind of recommendations do you offer at these groups who are thinking about regional efforts?
Well, in our area, we have 36 school districts in our service area. So you can imagine going to 36 school districts and completing one MOU with each one or an individual one. So collectively, it makes sense for us to have one with UTSA, with Texas A&M San Antonio, and Region 20 Education Service Center as acting as our liaison, if you will. So just the MOU itself is very daunting to have individual MOUs. But then for the student side, we need a rigorous course in math and in English. And collectively, if we can convene the faculty in high school, from college, and from our university partners, then we can have a more robust curriculum and a robust course that our students are really being prepared, and they're bypassing developmental ed, but they're actually succeeding. We have just, we started to look at our numbers, and 80% of our students who take our English course from college prep are passing with a C or better. That's pretty darn good. And then in math, 56% of them are passing, so that's not too bad. That's why we should do it together.
Thank you. So Eric, what if a region is not sitting on a pile of money or has an intermediary ready to kind of take up this work like you've done with the Promise work?
Well, I think that we've been helping a lot of other regions in Texas think about this. And if you think about, we did 9,000 high school seniors and put over 2,500 in the community college, which was a 35% increase. And all the last dollar scholarship costs were just a little over $400,000 just to wrap the Pell, so to speak, and support our Dreamer DACA students. So we're taking it to the schools that have the highest poverty rates and highest eco-dis percentages. You're taking the strategy to the place where students need it the most, and getting more Pell coming in to those resources, but you're also mitigating your financial risk in terms of serving those students well. So it's kind of a win-win, and we've been talking with Alamo and Houston and others about doing that. So kind of an equity play. It just doesn't, it's not a lot of dollars to, ensure that students have that path. So I would just encourage people to just get going and try different things. And it's obviously, we feel like it's working and getting some initial positive movement for us.
Thanks. And Heather, I heard yesterday in the breakout discussion, some frustration among higher ed partners saying, how do we get K-12 to care about 60x30TX? So what's your response to that?
Yeah, I think it's, can you hear me back there? I think it's no different than the question of how do we get students to care about it, right? I think for one, it's demonstrating the relevance for our educators on the why behind post-secondary. I think a lot of teachers understand it and a lot of administrators understand it as a given, but then if you ask the responsibility, it's like a 1, 2, 3, not it, right? Because everybody else points to someone else. So it's the counselor's job or it's the administrator's job, or there's a lot of assumptions around the fact that the work is being done and not ownership around the work actually being done. So I think it's less of a that they don't care about it, and it's more of a they think that the work is being done by someone else because it's someone else's job in their school. And so I think that hits to this, not only this regional approach, but how you build teams and then make it everyone's responsibility, to where you ask about college and career advising, and it's the responsibility of every teacher in every classroom and being able to have those relevant conversations with their students. It doesn't mean that everybody is a FAFSA expert, but it means everybody understands the role that continuing education will play. And then I think, again, it's building that culture of, and then these are the things for our students, right? So I'd say that's one piece, and then the second piece is also for us to celebrate them when we have higher post-secondary going rates, right? Where we have these regional pockets of true excellence, how we're actually then broadcasting that, highlighting those best practices, and then taking those and actually showing how other schools can mimic that model.
Just 2 points that kind of came up for me as you guys were talking is, one, your accountability system is actually moving in directions that are helpful, I would say, from a higher ed perspective. So when students take these college prep courses, there's an incentive for districts to offer these and for students to become college ready. So I think there's some reinforcing mechanisms that are also promoting kind of college readiness and college going culture, which are new, and I think we're starting to see really them manifest now. And the other thing is just kind of maybe a challenge to everybody in the room is that a lot of what we hear is we have a really good economy and it's really hard to convince high school students to come into higher ed right now. And the challenge there is that we are in the bottom third of states in terms of our college going rates. There are states like Massachusetts, which may feel like another planet, but they're much, much higher. They're up in the 70s, right? And we're at 52. But even other large, diverse states like California, like Florida, they have very hot economies too. They have a very diverse population too, and they're higher than us. So there is room for us to continue to improve, and I think there's some urgency. So one of the reasons that we've made good progress on 60 by 30 TX, kind of the big 60 by 30 goal, is some of that is coming from our bringing people into higher education in Texas, but some of that is coming through in migration. So we're bringing in a lot of people with high levels of education. And that's an opportunity for us. We could be growing our own and filling some of those high demand, high skill jobs with our own students as well. So I think we can't kind of just wash our hands and say, oh, we've got this great economy. Like, this is a great opportunity for us to continue to double down on higher education attainment. So with that, other questions? I'm going to come around with the mic. What do you want to know about HB3 or other things?
So we host this annual Youth Career Expo, and last year we surveyed about 900 of the students who attended and asked them what their plans were after high school. And 85% of those 900 students said that they were planning on attending either a 2-year or a 4-year college after high school. But then looking at our data, only 48% of students actually enroll. So I guess my question is, where do you think that shifts? Because these were juniors and seniors, so pretty close to graduating. And what do we do to avoid those students from falling between the cracks whenever they make that change of mind?
We had a lot of similar surveys with our students because they're in Salesforce. We are always directly surveying them, and we just see there's kind of two things that we see. One is a hope gap, that they don't think it's kind of real. And two is our systems are just too complex and students hit a wall. And so the meningitis shot, right? So we're working with our school districts now, and we've advocated for policy that make the booster required in high school and just eliminate that from the college process altogether, because our students are graduating. The high schools didn't even know that that was the thing they should be focusing on. The students get to the college, they don't have a meningitis shot, they don't know where to go. They go to CVS, it's $300. They don't know how to, I mean, we just continually put barriers up for them. We're just trying to very intentionally solve that in the K-12 system and move the data over on their behalf. A lot of these kids have get out of TSI free cards, right? And it's called data back in the high school. And they come into higher ed, and that data doesn't come with them, and they get retested, and they get placed. Some of them have a lot of data that says they don't need that. So our students are hitting these things, and they don't understand what they are. They don't know how to advocate for themselves. And so it's our responsibility to really simplify. And the President Sorrell at Paul Quinn kind of coined that. We have to close the hope gap for these kids. They don't see the path, and the stuff that we put in front of them it's too complex, and they don't have the social capital to manage through the processes.
We had a secret shopper try to do the enrollment process at our colleges, and they concluded that it would take a master's degree to complete our enrollment process for an associate's degree. Very cumbersome, so our student success side of the house is working really diligently during the summer to help students with that enrollment process. I like your idea about the booster back at the high school, because that is one of the biggest barriers is just finishing or completing that enrollment process, and lots of misinformation. So the easier we can make it for the student, I think we could help them enroll faster.
Yeah, I think also from a high school perspective, not having the college plan that they do in 8th or 9th grade be put on the shelf, but actually then revisiting it, right? So a student doesn't know what they don't know. They sign up to take courses and they may not know that they're not progressing. They just know, like, oh yeah, I'm going to do that thing. It's what everybody talks about and it's the next thing I'm going to do. And they don't understand the deadlines. They don't understand how those different pieces relate to the career they actually want. They may assume that they only need a 2-year degree when what they actually want to do requires a 4-year degree. And I think it's having that advising plan not be a check the box mentality, but rather a let's review this consistently. Let's actually look at this and let's actually talk about where you need to shift, right? So not making that be an exercise for compliance, but rather a tool.
Over here.
Ms. Martinez, I'm curious to know on your college prep courses, have you had those vetted through NCAA so that none of your students run the risk if they take those that they won't be able to accept scholarships?
That's a very good question. I don't know the answer. I'll have to go back and find out quickly. That's a great question. Yeah, thank you. I don't know. I'll get back to you.
Jenna, my question is actually for the coordinating board. Learning now that FAFSA is a graduation requirement, are there plans from the coordinating board to pull institutions of higher ed to have a marketing plan or something? Because speaking about the college admission process, if that requires a master's degree, FAFSA requires a doctorate degree. So I think we need to come up with a plan that we can disseminate throughout the state of Texas, making it very easy and really promoting what Gentex is doing in the month of September or November or whenever.
And I should have mentioned, Jenna, that the part of HB3 also, so FAFSA/TAFSA, right? It also requires an advisory council to be put together and lists a lot of partners that would make up that advisory council to talk specifically about implementation and those different pieces. So I can promise you that coordinating board will play a big role in that.
And we've been working with the coordinating board closely. Our high school counselors have been defining their needs for us, and we've just been workshopping it out. So we've built some technology and tools. The high school counselors were saying, I need to know who hasn't completed things in a roster of my students so I can go intervene. And it's just really hard to work with the data currently. So we've built some tools that are free and available tools that we'll continue to work with the coordinating board to, share more broadly to help the high schools case manage this work, because that's where the rubber hits the road. So.
Two things. So several regions had strategies around FAFSA completion, and this is really fundamental change, right? It's not whether, it's how we're going to support this implementation of the FAFSA requirement. I will say from kind of a 10,000-foot level, we had a discussion with the board, with our committees last week, and there is kind of urgency around the high school to higher ed target, and then also this recognition of an amazing opportunity that we could leverage with HB3. And there is a commitment from our commissioner to work with Commissioner Morath, and they're interested in pulling together a group that can really think through. So not yet, but I think that everyone sees that as kind of a prime opportunity, and how are we going to maximize it? So I think at an agency to agency level, we're interested, and then also we'll be interested to kind of get input from others who think that there are good ideas out there. So, yeah.
My question is also for the coordinating board. When you guys are looking at the students who are going from high school to college or not, the students who aren't, are you tracking where they're actually going? Because I noticed West Texas had the largest decline, but we also have some of the largest growth in like the oil boom and those type of things. So what's happening to those students who don't go to higher ed?
So we know that, like I said, about 5% are going out of state pretty consistently. And we do find a fair share in the workforce, and we can provide that data also at the district level. You can look at who we find in the workforce. But there is also a growing percentage of people that we find neither place. We don't find them in the unemployment wage records or in anywhere in higher education. So some of that is maybe the rise of the gig economy. Maybe people are in employment opportunities that are not kind of formal employment that would have unemployment insurance wage records, but we can share that on a regional and district basis so that you can get a fine-grained sense of where the changes are happening. And I think, you know, we're seeing and growing participation in the workforce, but men have been fairly stable, but we're actually seeing sort of an increase in women who are in the workforce directly after. Something that Dr. Gardner has been really interested in, I know he was here a few minutes ago, is really looking at the wages. So while we do know there are examples of high-wage jobs for students directly out of high school, when you look at the average wages for most students, they're not great, and they're not great over the long run. So it might be very appealing to make that $20,000 at 18 years old, but when you're 28 and you're still making roughly the same, you're not in a great position. So we will be providing more wage data for folks and more information about what industries we find people in. In almost every, it's retail, restaurants, grocery stores, gas stations. And so there are examples of people going into petroleum and making $80,000 off the bat, but those are more the exception than the rule. And so I think we want to help kind of unmask what are the real patterns, where really do we see students if they're not coming into any higher education programming. So anticipate that from us in the next maybe 2-ish months. Yeah, we'll come back this way.
This is for everybody, but specifically Eric. So I'm curious, in your area, have you tracked the data of the students that are in high school that complete a tech certificate? Meaning, there are many students that are not coming to college because they're going to go to the workforce. And so if we walk them across the stage 2 weeks before with the CNA license or CNA credential and a high school diploma, they're going to the workplace. So that's a win-win for everybody in the economy. So I'm just curious, and that also goes to TEA in terms of the intention, House Bill 5, it's not, there's got to be some tweaking because we have a large population. Look at the children in foster care. It's not just a money hurdle, it's just life in general, period. And so I'm just curious if you have any data specifically about that population.
So we started to work with Workforce Solutions and our community college workforce intelligence group. The students, when they enter the premise system, are kind of also, as Tennessee has done, kind of giving us permission to kind of follow them and support them for both their school to work journey as well as just research. And so we don't have, we can see right now there's a tremendous upswing of students completing P-TECH prior to high school graduation, and then some of those students are entering workforce, and there's the next big wave is next year. So the next year seniors, we're gonna watch that carefully, but we don't have grain size on the certificates out of high school and viewing those not enrolling and then seeing their employment information and wage information yet, but that is on our roadmap, so thank you.
And we do, so we are tracking level 1 and level 2 certificates. We're also tracking industry-based certifications. So to Jenna's point earlier about accountability, what gets measured gets done. And so we have seen an increase in adding some of these pieces to our accountability system and how many people are then including that, right? interesting piece I'll say there, though, is we currently are in public comment for sequences of courses in current technical education. We don't currently have a line of sight into how districts sequence their courses. So what does that mean? That means if I'm looking at welding, something that clearly leads to an industry-based certification, and most recognized as the American Welding Society's certification, I don't know how those courses in each district are preparing students for that. So one district could be saying, I'm going to take a principles of construction, a welding course, and then I'm going to give them entrepreneurship because they're going to go open their own business, and that's their sequence. Another could be saying, I'm going to get the students principles of manufacturing, 2 deep welding courses, and then they're going to do a practicum in welding to actually prepare them for that technical content. We don't know the difference between those 2 things and what they're calling it. The good news is we will in the fall. So districts will start actually telling us what those sequences are. We've done a lot of jobs, a large job of looking at workforce commission data, real-time labor data, and regional targeted occupations from Workforce Solutions, your WDAs, to actually then backwards map what are high-wage, high-demand jobs in Texas, and then how do you build course sequences that support that? Because to Jenna's point earlier, it's building a system that has multiple entry and exit points. Exiting with a CNA, of which we know only about 3% of students are actually even currently earning industry-based certifications out of high school, at least on our list currently. That will expand because we just expanded that list of industry-based certifications. But a CNA will feel really good walking out of high school, but then add family, add life to that, and again, that salary doesn't go as far as you first thought it did. And so the ability of their understanding to be able to go back to go be a licensed practicing nurse or a licensed vocational nurse, and then go back later and go become a registered nurse and then a nurse practitioner, right? But building that sequence to say this is aligned, and we very intentionally aligned to the post-secondary program codes with those course sequences so that students can actually, when they're enrolled in those sequences, know that these are post-secondary options in Texas, and then these are the occupations that can lead to in Texas. And we've actually been using median wage to not mask. So energy is the perfect example. If you use average salary in the energy sector, it falsely inflates for students what they think they're going to be making. If you look at median, it does a much better job at showing you you're not walking out making $250,000 immediately. Here's what you can actually expect more towards the median if you have a credential, right? And that's been an important piece for us to demonstrate is kind of that falsely inflating things and giving them a better sense of the picture, but then also knowing that it's a bright future in Texas. There are a lot of jobs that really do require a level 1 or level 2 certificate or an associate degree to earn a high wage. But then I think you notice that as they get a taste of that higher ed and the credential, then they're going to continue to go back because they see what it can do for their dollars.
Other questions? I saw some hands over here.
So my question is back to the House Bill 3 FAFSA requirement, and I want to provide some clarity for the people in my region. So I'm down in the RGV, and we've done a really good job of making sure our students are completing the FAFSA. We're like 72 to 74% of our seniors every year, and so we have a big focus on FAFSA. And I wanted to ask for some clarity around, one, when is the FAFSA completion provision going to be implemented? Like, when are we going to start tracking that? And then 2, more so to put maybe a bug in the ear of the advisory committee is, 1, is there going to be an example waiver coming out of that committee? And if there is, might there be some parameters around the counselor opt-out? Because I think one of the concerns that I have is really around equity and making sure that our counselors can't just say, oh, well, Jose doesn't really need to go to college, so I'm going to click, right, that he doesn't need it. So I want to make sure that our agencies that are working on that really think about the equity for that provision.
Yeah, thank you for saying that. One, that adults aren't making decisions for students, that students can make informed choices for themselves is really big. We are going to be producing a template for the opt-out, and then stay tuned on implementation. The implementation is for this coming school year. We are working fast and furious through all of the pieces of House Bill 3 to get them out. And so you'll be seeing that soon. A shameless plug for our agency. We just released today, or maybe that was yesterday, the days are all moving together, House Bill 3 in 30, and it's a webinar series on our website that will tackle chunks of the bill in 30-minute webinars, and there's a schedule online that you can actually see what that looks like. The FAFSA will be a part of the College, Career, and Military Readiness. I want to say preparation, because that's my division, but it's readiness. And that's scheduled for August 8th. So we'll have a lot more information around that. You'll also see some FAQs, and the advisory committee, I'm sure, is going to be tackling this opt-out thing. I'd once had a conversation with a counselor. It's like, just because you can doesn't mean you should make it readily available, right? Like, don't put it on the table outside your office. Like, make people have to ask for it and have the conversation, and don't make it readily available. Yeah.
All right, that brings us to time. Any final words from the panelists? No? Oh, one final word over here. Yes.
That's a great question. And hello. So we are actually working on a lot of different pieces. One are tech tools to actually, I think to Eric's point around case management and access to resources, provide more online supports for how students can access this information. I think the other piece is this continued focus on counseling versus advising, and what those supports can be done in an advising capacity that doesn't require your counselors to not do important counseling activities, but rather how you can focus on advising activities and where you can get support within your schools of people who can actually help you with that work. So it's not just my team, it's about 4 teams in the agency who are all looking at how we build up supports for that. And I know one specifically been working with both counseling associations on some of those pieces.
Great. Well, please join me in thanking our panelists. Thank you. This was great information. All right, next up we're going to transition to team time. So hopefully you have 1 or 5 or 7 new ideas or refinements to ideas you've been considering from the morning sessions. Take a minute to jot yourself down some notes on that yellow sheet if there was anything in particular from this last session that you want to keep in mind. But we're going to, so hang tight for a second, grab your yellow sheets, give yourself a minute to write down any notes. But we are going to transition to the team time. So what I'm going to do is ask each region, I'll ask their regional point of contact to stand, and they'll take you to your breakout room. So I'm going to start with Melissa, because I can see you. Melissa, if you'll raise your hand, she's with Gulf Coast. So go ahead and find her. Upper East, John Dinning is over here. John Dinning is your regional point of contact for Upper East. Metroplex, Chelsea Moore, right here in the black. Hopefully you all know Chelsea. Upper Rio Grande, I think you're sitting with Sherry, so you're in the right spot. Southeast, Ginger, if you would raise your hand. Ginger's over here. If you're with Southeast, you're going to come with her. High Plains, Josie in the blue in the back. Central Texas with Lee Hong. Where is Lee Hong? Oh, in the back, also wearing black. Central Texas. All right, West Texas with Linda Hargrove. Where's Linda? Oh, Linda in the beige jacket in the back, West Texas. And then south you're with Luis. And where is Luis? Luis is back here. Okay, so hang tight. We'll have Luis come and tell you where you're headed. Yes. Chelsea, will you raise your hand? Chelsea. Chelsea Moore, if you will raise your hand. Yes. Okay. Thank you.
matriculate foster care students into Harriet. And the tuition waiver, of course, is a big area, so I think there's some opportunities.
Okay, if anybody is with South Texas, Luis is in the back. He has his folder up in the air. If you are South Texas, you're going to follow him. Now, anybody else, if you don't know where you're headed, let me know.
So any advisory committee that you have, I would love to serve on that, especially from education. That would be great. Thank you. Same thing, if there's any advisory groups.
Oh, absolutely.
Especially from the foster care side that I'm working with, I think the tuition waiver and unaccompanied students.
Yep. Well, and I think walking through stuff, we had some suggestions, even apply Texas. Could you directly route people right to FAFSA? You don't have to. Here's another thing. It's way down the list.
Really have a hard time with because we do not have a
Yep. Sounds good.
Thank you.